it muted the whole time again. Whoops. Anyway, this week we're drawing a qilin. Artabelinda, you're a very festive and forgetful dragon as usual. Very, very chaotic. And very, always very, like, sketchy. Always very, scuffed. Anyway, last week, we drew one shoe. And this one shoe is a horse-like creature. It's another Chinese unicorn. And he lives on a mountain with a bunch of aquamarine jades. I guess he just likes to collect aquamarine jades. He is the enemy of fire, and he puts them out wherever he goes. His manner of being is he is a large, strong horse with a singular horn. And typically he's got like a pretty long mane, much like other Chinese horses. And today we're going to be drawing a very important Chinese mythological creature called a qilin. Qilins are usually depicted as sometimes with a deer body and sometimes with a horse body. Today we will be making ours with the horse body. And qilin usually have like one scale, a curly mane, and a tail kind of like a lion's tail. But also kind of like, you know, if you've ever seen The Last Unicorn Tale or you know, European depictions of unicorns, they have that lion's-like tail. So, sometimes they also have the elk's body. When they describe it as having an ox's horn. But typically, sometimes they'll also have a lion's head. Ours will be kind of sort of in between. Because I like to differentiate them from the dragons a little bit. They have like almost like a dragon-like head. So. But they're very important. Apparently the qilin was documented together with Confucius. And when Confucius was born, a mysterious animal showed up and left a book made of jade, writing that this baby was the reincarnation of the son of the god of water, who is morally qualified as king and won't be one. However, in most qilin stories, it goes back, you know, more than Confucius. Usually they choose the king. They're usually with somebody who chooses a great leader, or they're going to be a great scholar or a king, something like that. And they are considered one of the luckiest, happiest, and most legendary creatures in Chinese mythology, culture. And like I said yesterday, the Japanese also have their own qilin. It's called a qilin or a kirin, because, you know, we pronounce it kirin, but there's like a slight, like, kind of L to the Japanese R's for, because it's qilin. So, but anyway, theirs is much the same. Theirs doesn't really look a whole lot different either, but it's spelled differently. So we're going to go ahead and switch over, and then later we are going to finish Roman's Christmas. I believe there's like a few hours left of it, so we're going to have a fun time finishing up that. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get started. Make sure I got my references pulled up. We're going to try to do like a dynamic kind of deer pose for this. So we're going to have to start with the kind of like how we want the body to go, just like we did with the horse. Forward. And these are mostly just like kind of rough right now, so just to show where I want everything to be. This pen really likes to do the swirlies. Need to be a little bit bigger. And later on, before I end up making these into the actual like book, I'm going to make sure that I go back and I add parts and pieces around it, because, you know, a lot of people, they really like that sort of thing when they're all like filled up and everything. So I'm gonna go back and make some like filler things. So oftentimes qilin will also have like scales, like dragon scales. So I think this one, I'm actually gonna go very Chinese in the main and kind of do some swirls too, because they like their swirls. Then I'm like how that swirl went. There we go. And they end up drawing a lot of things, like they have flames. Which I kind of like. It's kind of cool. Hey, Prophet! It's good to see you. You could stay around this time. Nice. It's a good string to stay around, considering we're, you know, drawing today. Lurking is also fine, but yay! Let's see. I think I'm gonna add something here. There you go, I like that so far. And then we get the big long swooping tail. I don't think I want it on both sides until a little bit lower, so. Yeah, you can listen. That's a little more swirlies here and there. There we go. Okay, and so now we're back. And my other, we'll start fleshing this out a little bit more. Let's probably make his head a little bit bigger. Like I said, he's gonna look a bit like a deer, so the deer is not very meaty. Most of the time, not. Anyway. And they have pretty pointed feet. Very small feet. I think I ended up having this one a little bit too long. Back off a little bit. We'll probably add some feathers to this because you all know I like my feathers. Trying to not make these legs too long or too thick. That hoof needs to be a little bigger. So we're gonna zoom in a little bit on this hoof so we can focus on it and make it a little bit bigger because this leg, it's not, it gets too thin down here. My pen likes it when I move slower better. Or I should say the program likes it when I move a little bit slower. I don't like it when I move slower, but it likes it better when I move slower. Still not quite big enough. But maybe it is. Maybe I just feel like it's not big enough. But it's not quite as big as the other ones. We're going to make it swoop down a little bit. There we go. It might technically be anatomically incorrect for a deer, but at the same time, we are drawing a mythological creature. Make sure that these are like the same size. There we go. Looking pretty good so far. We'll need to work on his back a little bit. His neck kind of runs into his mane a little bit, so. He gonna have a thick booty also. This booty gonna be more like a horse's booty and not a deer booty. So I do want him to have a thicker kind of head. And something between kind of like a deer head. So I'm gonna draw like a very basic deer head first, and then I will make it thicker. Deer heads are kind of weird. I haven't actually drawn like a deer in like forever. I'm also not really looking at I'm looking at like a cartoon deer, so neck is just a little bit long. And his head needs to be a little bit bigger, I think. But primarily I think his head is too, or his neck is just too long. We're gonna push it down just a little bit. Suppose that leg's alright. Alright, so we're gonna actually take this now and we're gonna enlarge it slightly. We're gonna scale it up. And then I'm gonna make it more like a cheese. I'm just gonna like draw over top of it. Doesn't like it going back and forth again. I have to remember that. This is all fine and dandy right here. We're going to make that a little bit bigger. Of course, we have to add the beard. With the little swirls. And I think I want to make like a kind of a full beard here. So we're going to do this one. I kind of like drawing beards like this where they go all the way. I think that's really cool. Yeah, they should go the same direction. I think these kind of beards on creatures are pretty cool. We're gonna add that to our qilin. We're gonna erase some lines. Like that big bump, it's a little too big, so we're gonna make it smaller. Again, my tablet is screaming for me to stop doing that. We're gonna make him a little smile because he's supposed to be like the happiest creatures. I want to make it more deer-like. Yep. And then we're gonna have an eyeball. Our eyeball's gonna go right here. We'll make him mean looking. We're gonna no like swirlies. Make sure we flush out an eye. Just kind of like a horse's or a doe's eye. Or have like a long kind of bottom area. It's a very deep area right there. Then we're gonna make a cooler ridge for it. Okay, so we did all of that. Now I have to decide how I want to do his eyeball. Oftentimes they simply draw them with human eyes. But I think he would be way cooler if he had his goat eye. Yeah, that goat eye. Now we gotta do his horn. I don't like quite that. He needs to be thinner at the top. We'll start with this line. So I do like the way that line goes, but I want it a little bit thicker at the base. Just like that. And now we're going to add some more hairline here. Some curly bits. Qilins all have like a different look about them and everything. But a lot of the qilins have scales and everything. Oh, you know what I almost forgot? His whiskers. I like the style of qilin that has the whiskers. They almost always have a dragon's head, but I kind of think they should look a little bit different from a dragon's head. That way, so we have like, you know, don't have too many dragon legs. the way they draw dragons and lines are typically actually the same. Too bad there are no more Chinese lines. They probably, on an amount of existence. There definitely used to be one, though. Let's see. We're going to have this one straight down so we can see it. Not that. There we go. These are more or less evenly spaced out. Oftentimes they'll make like the bellies and stuff have this sort of thing going on. Oh, sorry, I missed that message. It's going good. How's it going for you? Hold on, so we're going to read it this one. We're gonna zoom in really big. Although I can always do this later, I will forget to do this part. You're looking a little bit pregnant. We'll slip that in just a little bit. Make them a little bit more sleek. Okay. And then we're gonna have some feathers. Not so much. There we go. Have nice big swirlies. Down here we have the little. And they just get bigger. We'll start back up here. Same sort of style. Keep my line thickness consistent though. Adding the swirly bits. There we go. All that swirly bit's done. And now we're going to work on scales. We gotta add us some scales on here. We're gonna do it this way. So this is gonna just kind of decide how more or less I want the scales. We might add a little bit more detail. So let's go ahead and just start lining everything, I think. We're going down to 5, like we've done before, so we can do the outside. Maybe with less pressure. Not enough pressure. There we go. We gotta do these line weights. Connected. Because if I release this as an ebook, people are going to want to just use the fill tool. So there we go. So let's take it down to 4. Let's take it down to 3 for this line. Oh, you know what? I forgot to make this a vector layer. Oh well. No, it'll be a little bit thinner. Take 2. Yeah. Oh, a nice little smooth line. Well, not it isn't smooth. We'll fix that. Instead, I cannot just go and make this into a vector layer. But, you know. I've already made it this far. We're not going back. I'm going to make it a 4 for some of the interior stuff. Actually, you know what? I think I might leave the eye just like the horse's eye, and then people can draw whatever pupil they want for it. Make this line smooth out a little bit more. There we go. Add detail lines. And now we'll work on some of the scales here. Let's start our needle. I do have like a scale brush that I could use, but I typically don't like that very much, so. And I also don't want to do like too many scales, so I just don't come right. We don't want scales around the eyes, so we're actually going to do another line here, and that's going to be his little eye ridge. This one's going to have a lot more detail than the horse that I did, because it's a more detailed animal in general. There's a lot of pictures of a qilin, and so there's all these little tiny scale details that we need to do. Like I said, I'm not trying to do like too many, but I want to do enough. We're gonna do a few right here, just little, to like give the impression that there are some there. You just so little that you cannot see them. And then they're going to get bigger as we go back to the body. If I really wanted to make these detailed, I'd connect them all. But these are fine. If my model starts freaking out even more than it already is with this tablet in front of me, Sunny has now decided to join in on the stream. He does like to come in and watch me stream. Maybe one day he wants to become a VTuber also. Who knows? He is a cat. He would probably enjoy the attention. Thank you. Pretty good. That's good to hear. Need a break from all these scales. Go back to a 5 and do the outside here. Oops. I already missed that one. Maybe we'll do the main as a 4. Might be a little bit more manageable. As usual, my hand might not be very cooperative today. But hopefully, you know, it'll cooperate enough with me. We'll just go until my hand says I quit doing all these little details you want me to do. Which hopefully won't be to the end. Hopefully my right hand lasts. That doesn't always like to draw, and I've been drawing a lot lately, so I think it's pretty upset with me that I'm overworking it. Probably means I should be wearing a brace at night again, but I don't know. That's always annoying to do. Do one more down to do these. Make that one extra swirly. Alright, now we're going to go back up to a 4. Although to be perfectly honest, right now my hands are like, my hand is handling these swirls like a pro. And it does not want to handle the edge of these like a pro though. It's like, give me the swirls, but not the ends of the hair. Would not make them smooth. Add like a few more lines here and there. Kind of like of the style that we're going for. They do kind of like a lot of extra detailing. They like their line art. I like this line art. We're gonna erase it. There we go. Lots of detail that's not really detail. We're gonna go down to a 3 for this one back here. Oops. This way make it look like it's in the back. Yeah, I don't like that. And follow my lines well enough. There we go. We'll do this 4 instead of 5. Just make it easier on myself. We're just going to add some minor detailing here and there. Because these are like keratin plates. Kind of like what a dinosaur has. Or a dragon. Big, strong plates. That's not connected. There we go. Now it's connected. Obviously, I'm going to choose one of these to color myself for my little cover. It's gonna be hard to decide which one if all these turn out really well. So I hope all of them do. They need to. Turn it the other way. And of course, turning my canvas instead of making my arm try to do weird things will definitely help in making sure that my my hand stays nice and ready to go. instead of expecting it to do crazy stuff all the time. That line turned out a little bit messy. We're gonna fix it. I actually fell in love with Chinese side of things back in high school, as we had a Chinese exchange student, and of course I was big in the art class, as you can all imagine. And she came in, and as part of her foreign exchange student program, she wanted to teach people about some Chinese culture. So she introduced us to Chinese calligraphy. And so we did lots of things. We started out, writing Chinese letters. And then we moved on when we were able and showed the capabilities that we could handle it. We moved on to things like birds and trees and everything else. And I actually still practice some Chinese calligraphy to this day. Not as much as I used to, certainly. But because I really have no use for Chinese calligraphy other than I like it, and I have no idea what any of the words mean anymore, but I still enjoy it. And I'm always afraid to make Chinese calligraphy words and stuff, because I'm always afraid to be like one of those people who look things up on the internet looking for happiness in Chinese or Japanese written, and find out that it means dick or something. Although to be fair, the Chinese do put themselves through that all the time, because they don't understand English words, but they think English words look cool. So they put really weird phrasing on their clothing. And it's the weirdest shit, and they would have a big issue. Well, maybe, I don't know anymore. They would have a big issue, what that means, that means this. But they don't understand, so I think a lot of the younger generation does, but most of the adult generation just see how cool it looks. Because, the younger generation, they're starting to have, well, most of them anyway, have access to the internet. Well, their version of the internet. So I did actually do a horse one time in the Chinese ink style, and that was really cool, and I liked that a lot. I think I ended up giving it to my mom or something. My mama dragon. Thing about art is your mama will always like your art. Unfortunately, it also might be oh, well, it looks so good, but really it just looks like a piece of trash. You can't trust what moms or grandmas say. They're gonna say it's good no matter what. That's why you can never ask their opinion on creative stuff, because they want to support you anyway. That's why it's so hard. It's so hard. You gotta be like, no. Alright, we're gonna take this down to a 3. Since we did that with the 5, so let's do this with the 5. Or 4 then. I think I'm trying to make this a little bit sharper here, because I think I made everything else really sharp, so. There we go. We're gonna do a 3 for the back here. I'm surprised Sunny's back again, just so you know. And like he decided to jump on the keyboard, but he did not press any buttons that are important, so he just messed up landing with a foot like a weirdo. He's clever. He hides his athleticism until he wants to cause trouble, and then he gets into the cabinets and the shelves. But then, like, most of the time, he's like, I don't know how to jump on the couch. He's like, I'm a dumb cat. But he hides it. He's hiding. He's a clever kitty. Like, when he plays with my dog, he, like, rolls over and acts like she's killed him. For her benefit. So, she'll play with him more. And I think that's hilarious, because he's just so clever. He's a devious bastard. He's a funny boy, though. It's how he's rubbing all over my tablet, because he just likes it. I cannot wait to finish Roman's Christmas. It's been such a good game, by the way. Like, if you're looking for a Christmas game to play, and you like talking animals and detective stories, and whodunit mysteries, you should definitely check it out. It's only $11, and I fully endorse it at this point. It's so good. We're more than halfway over with the game, so I know these back legs look a little bit different than the front legs, but honestly, they still look good, so I'm keeping them. I don't like how that one looks, so we're going to and we'll just clean it up. Oh boy, he sees my VTuber model moving around on the screen now. He's very interested. He says, hello, Artabelinda. I see you. He also likes to watch games and stuff. He's an interesting cat. Keep this until 4. Go straight into this. Oh no, I see what he likes. It's the lines that I'm making because he likes the swirly motion. It's what he likes. He likes the swirly motion that the pen is making. Which means he may need to be, like, kicked out soon. I don't want to kick him out. I like him having it be in here. He's kind of fun to hang out with. But if he's gonna, like, attack my screen, he can't be here. He's such a good boy, though. Alright. Ooh, we're almost done with the main parts of the body here. We got the back to do. And the tail. Surprised Sunny didn't see that swirly, because, you know, he usually likes the swirly bits. I think now he's noticed that my hand is making swirly motions behind him, and he likes that one. Yeah, I guess I'll leave it. I don't quite like this part here. It's not thin enough. Starts out too thin and goes too thick, so there we go. I'll just clean this up right here. Oops, that's the wrong one. Here we go. You know, that's too random up there, so we're just gonna leave that one alone. We're not gonna put that one in. Not swirly enough. Did not like that one. Man. Fix it by making a tail on it. That is extra lines that they like to have. Okay. And now we're gonna go back through and make some scaly scales. So now these scales are gonna be a lot bigger, so we're gonna need to make them a little bit more prominent, more spread apart. And then down the legs, they'll become a little bit smaller. And then we're just gonna slowly taper them off. Shape. There. Yep. There we go. Ew, making myself dizzy here. Sure, all these are gonna be placed. Normally I don't like make scales this big, but for this guy would be like good and big, because that's generally how they're depicted, is having like big scales and smaller scales toward the belly, of course. Now we're gonna have them get a little bit smaller, more together as we get to the hip area. All right, and so go smaller, because as we go down the legs again, we want them to be smaller. And some like kind of in between here also. So it kind of looks like there's less space that there is, I think. I think I'm starting to try to make them too uniform, and we don't want that. We want the illusion that there's more there than there actually is. I don't have to draw as much. I'll probably go back and do the same thing. Here we gotta go really small again. We actually won't be playing any Stonkai Star Rail today. If we finish Roman's Christmas, we will be playing Baldur's Gate 3, or maybe I'll pick something else. I don't know. You know, there's lots of games I haven't played, like Panzer Dragoon, Guardians, all sorts of games. But I do like Baldur's 3 a lot. Oh no, wait. Gonna update Guild Wars 2. And then I forgot to update Guild Wars 2. Maybe I can do that during my break. Maybe. Or maybe I'll just do it next weekend. Sounds like a pretty better idea. Alright, so these scales on the tail are going to be small. And they're going to get smaller as we go down again. There we go. And then they're just gonna disappear. see, I believe we have everything. Let's check it out. Yay! My my scales are a little bit all over the place, I think. I'm just gonna like take out the ones that don't necessarily like too much. That one. What else do I not quite like? And this one looks a little bit weird. The other ones don't look all too weird. It was just those like few that threw off like the whole thing. We shall replace it though, because that is too big of a spot to ignore. Make that one angle back with the other ones. I think actually what I really want to do, some of these scales, I'm going to take a soft brush, a soft eraser, and just erase a few of them, very lightly. Some of them are a little bit dark to my liking. So I want some of them to be dark, but I don't want all of them to be dark. We're just going to get rid of them. Not really get rid of, but just make them a little bit lighter. Especially the ones that are in more light, or that are supposed to be lighter in general. There we go. I think we're done with the qilin. So we're gonna go ahead and save it. And then I'm gonna take a 5-minute break or so to put everything away. Always save in different files because I'm going to want the files I put into it. I'm going to want those to be a PNG with a transparent background. Alright, and then the JPEG for posting later with a white background because Twitter makes it look weird. Alright, I'm going to go AFK for just a few minutes. I will be right back. Oops. Hang on just one second. I forgot to take this off. There we go. Hang on. There we go. For some odd reason, I had to change the window capture into something new. It's weird. But anyway. Picking out carrot from stew. Thank you, cutie. Looks so. The snow had stopped. A lonely lupine detective slowly pushed his way against the snow. It was a familiar pathway he followed, his footsteps heavy on the snow-buried stone pavement as he approached his destination. Oh, no, wait. I didn't load. Oops. We gotta load. Was it this one? Oh, boy. I guess it was this one, because this one's chapter 3. Okay, since everyone is here, we'd best start. To start what? Well, they look like they've been fighting. I apologize if I disturbed anyone's sleep, but as you all know, a lot has happened in this tavern recently. As the owner, I take some responsibility for failing to protect you all. If anyone has any ideas on how we can all stay safe to the end of the snowstorm, I'd like to hear them now. Could we all just stay in our rooms and let Zarzan deliver our meals separately? That might put Zarzan in danger if he's alone. Admittedly, I doubt anyone here would be a match for Zarzan physically, but still. I mean, they trapped Anzocs. I do have a proposal, but you probably won't agree to it. What is it? I can mix up a full-strength sleeping draught and have everyone drink it. Then we all simply sleep through the weather. No one would agree to that. I'm not saying I don't trust you, Doc, but there's no way that's happening. If anyone have a more plausible idea? No offense, Doctor. Just relatively... Zarzan caught a glimpse of Thrivy's face, looked aside, and stopped talking. How about we let someone we all trust keep watch at night? As effective as a night watch may be, is there anyone here we all trust completely? I hate to admit it, but she has a point. Elegant seemed untrustworthy and mysterious. If Peter or Thrivey kept watch at night, they'd be easy targets given their size. Zarzan is overwhelmed. Iannis, well, he'd probably spend the night drinking. To be honest, and I may be wrong, but something feels weird about Heron. Lunik is too agitated, and Solar never leaves his side. Neither of them seem to be up to the task. It's not gonna work. How about we all get our mugs filled first? You really think it's the right time for that? To be fair, it's not unreasonable. Thrivey took out a little glass bottle. This is tincture of valerian root. 2 drops of it is enough to calm one's nerves. It should help us manage for the night. I thought we discussed using a sleep drug. I have no intention of forcing it on anyone, madame. At least give me some credit. Although it does make you drowsy at a high dosage. The valerian root, based on experience... Oop, I forgot to change my title again. Based on experience, the valerian root also smells like dirty socks. It's awful. But, supposedly does make you sleepy, but, you know, frost dragons, none of this stuff really works very well. So, you know. Zarzan tapped me on the shoulder. Mind getting a few cups for everyone from the cellar? Sure. I walked down to the cellar with a bunch of mugs. Oh, it seems I have a visitor. I shrugged, trying to ignore Vince's glaring eyes. Even prisoners deserve bread and water. Could you show a bit of mercy for a starving... Tell your crap to Anzocs. Zarzan looked away, turned on the tap to fill all the mugs. Alright, everyone gets 1 mug. Anyone who wants it can get some medicine from Thrivey. Solar and Peter came up to Thrivey at almost the same time, handing their mugs to him. Doctor, might I have a bit extra? But... Me too! I'll be in bed as soon as I finish it! Very well. Thrivey placed the bottle against the rim of Solar's mug and dribbled a bit into the ale. Thrivey turned and only tapped 2 drops into Peter's mug. Why the hell do I only get 2 drops? Because I'd rather not be responsible for an overdose. Thank you. Peter started to argue, but wilted under Thrivey's glare. Peter is smaller than Solar, too. Like, they'd knock him out. This isn't a matter of discrimination. Medication is not something to be trifled with, and I won't be a party to reckless stupidity just because you have a size complex. You! Fine! Whatever! Fucking Peter. Peter gulped... He's next, I know. Because he's the most annoying one. Peter gulped down his drugged ale, slammed the mug down on a table, and went upstairs with staggered steps. I too will be going to bed. Alone. Good night, everyone. Solar curtsied elegantly and stepped up the stairs, the swirl of her fancy dress barely hiding her lashing tail. Ionic snapped his fingers at Thrivey and pointed to Lunix and his mugs. Mind giving us some too, Doc? Thrivey muttered something under his breath and walked over to the counter with the bottle. Merci, Docteur. Lunix raised his mug and nodded slightly. It's okay. No matter what happens, alcohol always helps. Lunix smirked and reached out his hand to Ionis. You sure you want to shake hands with me, Marquis? Ionic's hand hesitated, only to be firmly grabbed by Lunix. He drew lightly across his palm with thick fingers. You know, if you're having wife troubles, you could stay in my room. I may consider that offer. I suppose there's one benefit to being a bachelor. I don't have to worry about my wife kicking you out of the bedroom. Anybody have any better ideas? If not, I'll just keep watch down here. Lunix slapped his hand on the counter and stood up. None. It is I who will keep watch tonight. Marquis, it might be... None. I am the noble house of Harlock, and with that privilege comes the noblesse obliged to protect the common people. So I see it as the time I live up to my obligations. I will keep the watch for tonight, and you can have a sound sleep. I'm not sure whether he's doing this out of embarrassment, or over being henpecked, or foolish pride. I guess there's a first time for everything. Time I head back to my room. I'm not sure I trust Lunix's motivation for keeping watch, but if he's even halfway competent, then he should be fine. I'd feel safer if I kept watch, but I'm exhausted physically and mentally. Probably because I got woken up early. It's already midnight. Time to sleep. I buried myself in the linen. Day 4, 26th of December, 1285. Today is Boxing Day. When I was a pup, my father always gave me a cent to donate to the church today. He'd always say the intention is more important than the amount. He asked me to donate it, mainly because the amount was sort of pathetic. The clergy would roll their eyes if he did it himself. I feel so tired, but I just woke up. What's going on? I tried to reach for the open window. The wind sucked all the heat from the room. Weird, the window should be closed. I got up and sat on the side of the bed. The front of my head was pounding. My nostrils felt like they were stuffed with cotton. I couldn't smell or even breathe. I closed the window. The movement pushed away the snow on the sill. My head hurts. Maybe some food can help me get better. You awake now? Zarzan saw me walking down the stairs and gestured to a nearby table. There was a plate of white bread with some roast meat from last night, a scoop of gravy, and a cup of cider. First decent breakfast I've had the whole time I've been here, and now I can't smell anything. Figures. Somebody did that shit on purpose. So he can't smell nothing. Have a good one. It looks like everyone else had eaten and broken off into little groups to talk. I dipped a piece of bread into the gravy and ate. I should probably talk to some of the others when I'm done. Gauge how everyone's feeling. Who do you want to talk to? Let's talk to Solar. Lunix was asleep at one of the tables while Solar was at the counter. As I approached, I saw her gingerly pick up the coat that had begun slipping down Lunix's back. She tucked a few stray strands of hair under her hat, looked around, and noticed approach. Good morning, Detective. Solar turned to me and smiled. Now I kind of miss her smell. Morning, Marquise. Sorry for my presumption, but how do you feel about the Marquis? You have a sharp nose, Mr. Detective. I tried not to sniffle too loudly, but she quickly appended. Metaphorically, of course. How do I feel? My husband is very responsible. He cares greatly for us holdings in the Vale and even handles many of the matters personally. Wasn't that what you two were arguing about? Some of our peers think it's a weakness, but I disagree. And while we do bicker from time to time, he always apologizes afterward. As long as you're fine with it. I can't help but be curious about you. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? What's your interest, Mr. Detective? A lady with lots of stories, then, I wonder. Where did you come from? From the south, the Principality of Cordoba. I believe it used to be called the Kingdom of Stripes. Because of the tiger stripes, I assume. Indeed, I've been away from home for too long. I miss Cordoba now and then, especially on cold nights like these. Pardon my moment of nostalgia. How do you feel about the White Star? It's quite pleasant, despite the recent incidents. It's not exactly luxurious, but the bed linens are soft and it's well kept. I'm surprised by how good the food is, if I may be honest. I'm usually not one for taverns, but this may be the exception. The security issues may need some attention, however. Oh, well, why does it let me do that again? Okay, well. So have you and the Marquis made up after last night? I do hope our argument didn't disturb you, Detective. Solar concealed her expression with a handkerchief. I think I'll leave Solar to tend to her sleeping husband. Talk to Elegant. Elegant sat alone beside the fireplace, sipping the contents of her mug. Good morning. Morning. Elegant set her mug aside. Why did you come up with that conclusion last night? Which conclusion? You'll have to be a bit more specific. You said that one of the Noble brothers is still alive. That was my conclusion, yes. Why would you be interested in it? The client has been affected by that case. That is putting it lightly, to say the least. If the matter is being investigated after a decade, then it must be of great importance. You mean your clients might be the one who survived? That is unlikely, but plausible. At least one person in a crossed-out name survived. You doubt me, even now? As I said before, I am investigating my own affairs. I'd be more inclined if I managed to leave here unscathed. I would be careful, you may end up being the next target. A healthy and clever detective is a significant threat to any criminal. I'm hardly healthy or clever right now. I haven't recovered from last night. Did you find something in my nightstand last night? I did no such thing. I simply moved away from the window. It was cold there. Elegant looked aside. Lying bitch. By the way, what do you think Vincel's motive was? I think it would be better to ask him directly before I offer any speculation. He is still alive, after all. You need not even go down into the hell to ask his ghost. I stepped away. Elegant picked up her mug again. Take care. And Heron. Heron does look, he is a little bit off. I sat beside Heron. A blessed morning to you, my child. Morning to you, too. Heron looked anxious and his cup-holding hand was shivering. You all right? 2 horrible incidents this close to Christmas. Rough circumstances bring out the worst in people, like when a bunch of strangers are trapped in a limited space. This must be God's punishment. Seriously? In this holy time, God walks upon the land, and the unrighteous are devoured by their sin and iniquity. Iniquity, and is only just. How in the hell does that sound just? Last I checked, being imperfect didn't exactly count as a sin. Or are you saying that Cain and Anzox delivered what happened to them? No, you're right, Detective. I apologize. It is just to be a coincidence, yes. Go down to the cellar. Vincent was sitting in a worn chair, his head bowed and his hands bound. He squinted to turn away from the bright light coming through the door. Are you taking me to the court, my good detective? I'm guessing you're not going to tell me why you tried to kill Anzox? Would it earn me clemency if I did? Probably not. Then no, you have nothing to offer, and I have no interest in satisfying your petty curiosity. I could contact some of my acquaintances in the district tribunal. Ha! Splendid! It seems all that talk about justice and law is really just nonsense. Or maybe you're just asking so you can indulge some sick fetish of yours. No, I'm not. Huh. Oh well. Do you have any idea what your sentence will be? Spend a night in jail, pay a fine at court, and then go about my business. Better than listening to you while stuck in this cold, dark cellar. Tarzan leaned against the stove and sighed. How is Vincel doing in the cellar? Still alive, last I checked. By the way, if you're going to the cellar, take this to him. Tarzan handed me a plate with a slice of stale bread and a few chunks of cold, stewed liver. Is Anzox all right? Thrivey said he's fine, so there shouldn't be any serious issues. Although I kind of miss listening to his lute at night. Did you sleep well last night? It took a while, but yeah, at least I'm not so nervous now. That's good. Guess we can go give him some food. Or are you here just to yell at me? No, I brought you some food. Thanks. I raised the plate beside his face. His jaw snapped away at empty air a few times before he finally bit down on the bread. I considered just holding the bread to his mouth so he could eat it easier, but he pulled the entire piece of his mouth and chewed quietly. Finishing the bread, Vincel glared at the plate, then turned his head away. Already full? Hardly, my good detective, but I'd rather starve than eat cold, half-cooked liver. He probably won't talk to me. No. I got nothing. I guess we can go upstairs. Thrivey was reading his heavy book beside Anzox's bed. How is Anzox doing? Very much the same as the last time you asked. Good. In case you were wondering, the quality of my sleep improved dramatically without his constant lute strumming. If I didn't know better, I could have suspected Thrivey was drumming Anzox so he could sleep better. I couldn't blame him, though. So much for my Christmas vacation. I do appreciate your work, Detective. Same. I imagine you weren't expecting to be a coroner over Christmas. Anzox is still laying there. Perhaps some sort of stimulus could wake him. He should be awake by now. I wonder why. I picked up the lute and plucked the string. Anzox's tail twitched. He moved. It seems it was slightly effective. I tugged on his tail. It didn't come free like a gecko's. The corridor was silent. I should return to my room and do something else. I opened the book and stopped at a random page. 14th of May, 1240, Helios II inspected the Karnak district to understand something blah blah blah. You know what? It doesn't matter. I'm sick of laying out this typeset. Most of the people who'll get these books can't read anyway. I'll just stick the blocks on the letterpress randomly. Oh my god. Could take a nap. But a quick nap shouldn't hurt. I just wanted to lie down. I didn't even take off my boots. I tightened my scarf as I huddled up under a horse chestnut tree. Out in the wilds, the cold breeze felt more intimidating. Simon was climbing up the thick tree trunk, his white fur blending with the falling snow. To be honest, even now I'm jealous of Simon. His white fur made him stand out too much, so my parents didn't require him to train as a detective like all the other males in the family. Every day after school, my father took me to his study to train. I learned to identify various types of wounds, to recognize the trivial differences between odors, to move and blend in with the shadows. Meanwhile, he was left to play with the other kids in town. These days, he has a job as a clerk, a respectable job, peaceful and stable. Sometimes I wish my fur was as pale as his, or his was as gray as mine. Okay. This is not gonna let me. Fine. Not who to talk to. It's Peter! Peter jumped up from the mirror as I opened the door. Hey! I knew somebody was missing. Haven't you heard about knocking? Sorry, I didn't know you were in here. You scared me! Peter clutched at his chest and was breathing heavily. I gently patted Peter's head, trying not to mess up his hair. Peter's ears twitched, but he seemed to calm down. Are you okay? I'm still scared. Luna kept watch last night. Nothing happened. What are you afraid of now? That's true, but I'm still... Maybe you should go ask Zarzan for a stiff drink to calm you down. Maybe. When you were talking about equality in Apollyon, you weren't just talking about species, right? Certainly. For example, the nobility have the right to refuse searches and can only be judged by fellow nobles. What do you mean? I mean that by common-born judges literally can't sit in judgment over the nobility. But a lot of judges have noble titles. But it still doesn't make it fair. Besides, common folk like us usually end up with harsher punishments too. By the way, did you have time to write that letter? Well, let me think about it first. I may come up with some ideas by tomorrow. Thanks. He's gonna die. I closed the door quietly and went back to the hall. I don't know who else to talk to. I think I've talked to everybody. Wait a minute, where's Iannis? That's who I didn't talk to. I knocked on the door. There was no response. Iannis? Still no response. Still asleep? That's a new record even for him. Oh no. Maybe Thrivey gave him too much last night. Not even possible. Thrivey clambered down the ladder. I only gave him 3 drops, so he should be awake by now. Is it possible he's so sensitive to the medication that a small dosage would keep him knocked out this long? I sincerely doubt it, not with how much he drinks. Anyway, let's take a look. He's gonna die. He's gonna be dead. Zarzan removed the key from his chain and opened Iannis' door. There he is. The air inside the room was freezing cold. Gusts of frigid wind howled through the window like an angry ghost. The normally pungent smell of blood was whisked away by the snowy wind, to the point where it was untraceable. Iannis laying on his bed. His chest was covered with rusty blood, mixed with icy crystals like snow. Zarzan recoiled as he'd been struck, the keychain clattering onto the carpet. The window sung weakly in the wind, letting out a shrill creaking noise with each sway. Zarzan leaned against the wall, wide-eyed and breathing heavily. Why? Why, Iannis was... Detective, I'll take Zarzan downstairs. Can you take care of the scene? I'm fine. I just need a few minutes. Zarzan sat in the corridor, eyes unfocused and distant. I will inspect the body then. Thrivey stepped to the door, stretched out Iannis' bed linen, and covered his body. Another murder. I need the keys first of all. Using stand power. It is a JoJo. That was a JoJo reference. Oh my god. These people have to like JoJo. Because like that is... I'm gonna have to clip that again. Found yet another JoJo's Bizarre reference. That is hilarious. I am breathing heavily. Why? This was the stairs. Can you take care of the scene? I just... We gotta find it. He stepped into Ionis's bed and his body. Another need the keys first of all. There we go. Using stand power. It is a JoJo. That was a JoJo reference. Oh my god. These people have to like JoJo. Because like that is... And we'll have to clip that again. Found yet another JoJo. Need the keys first. There we go. That's amazing. Another JoJo's Bizarre Adventure reference. From here to the end are Kane, Heron, Peter, and Sean's room. Kane and Sean's room are no longer occupied. From here to the end are my room, Vincel, Elegant, and Ionis's room. Vincel's already empty. Ionis's room will still be the same. Lunic and Solar's room. Oh, I guess I can't do the back. Okay. Zarzan is leaning against the wall at the corner. Are you really okay? I'm fine. Even a rookie could tell Zarzan was trying to put up a brave front. Is the ladder fixed up? Yes, but I think the track was deformed because of the fall. So there will be a lot of noise when the ladder moves. Is it loud? Loud enough that you could probably hear it if the tavern is quiet. Have you noticed Diana's acting strange recently? I don't think so. I mean, he paid for his room and everything. I mean other things. Like? Anything out of character. I'd say he was pretty normal. For him, I mean. I see. Wait, did Ionis have a tab or was he behind on his room payments? Why do you ask? He asked me for money last night. He told me he couldn't pay for his room. What? I clearly told him I'd charge him the same price as the other rooms, and then I reminded him of this. That's weird. Peter on the sheeter, but skeetered sheetless. I missed that. That was a good joke. Did you notice anything else strange? Nope, except that I slipped and fell on the stairs this morning. The spiral stairs in the hall? Yes. Why? Probably because I was tired. I swore I felt something slippery, and then my foot slipped. What time was that? 7 o'clock. I usually get up around that time. About an hour earlier than the residents. Possibly wet. Wait. I'm still checking the body. I'll investigate elsewhere first. We'll check rooms. Start with my room first. Again. This is the evidence from my last case in a notebook I kept notes in. Better have a double check since the window was open this morning. 20th of December, 1285. Oh no. They didn't translate this part. It's okay, I can read it in the clues later. I reached into my burlap bag. The bag, it's empty. Oh, the arrow is missing. Okay, let's not panic. I shouldn't tell the others about the arrow yet. Somebody took the arrow and used it to kill Ionis. All that would do is make me the #1 suspect. How could the window be opened? I clearly remember I closed that window right before I went to sleep. There was some snow accumulated on the window when I woke up. It might have been open for a while. The window lock is a drop lock off. Lift the lever upward and the other lock lever on the other side of the window will turn outwards, no longer blocking its movement. Then either half of the window can be easily swung open. Hit the lock lever down and it will snap 2 windows together. The window will be completely locked in that case. Just outside the window is a narrow ledge that rings the 2nd floor of the tavern. It's only wide enough for that one person can walk along it at a time. Tarzan uses it for maintenance, and he keeps his wings spread while he's walking on it so he can glide down if he falls. I think there's a shallow mark in the snow on the ledge. Elegant, what are you doing here? Well, I just went downstairs to inform everyone, and now I'm here to assist you in the search. Suspicious. Got any clues? Not at the moment. What happened to helping me with the search? Did I say that I was finished? Suspicious. Vince's giant chest. I wonder if it's ever been touched. The drawer is still empty. Elegant should have this checked. Elegant's bag. An ordinary lightweight travel bag. The bag's opening has been tied up excessively. She got something to hide. The names haven't changed, so it looks like Elegant did stop this behavior. Oops. Heron's scripture book is in the drawer, and his rosary is on his nightstand. Bed was a bit messy. Nothing interesting about the window in Heron's room. The window is a drop-off lock. Lift the lever upward, and the other block lever on the other side of the window will turn outwards, no longer blocking its movement. Okay, so it just says the same thing. Is there anything you can tell me about Ionis's death? How would I know anything? I went to sleep, I woke up, and somebody died. Again. Oh God. Oh Lord. That probably didn't help his hysteria. Peter's not here. Not a whole lot in Peter's drawer. There was nothing strange about the window in Peter's room. I should probably look out the windows, actually. See if there was anything, Just outside the window is a narrow ledge that rings the second floor of the tavern. It's only wide enough that one person can walk along it at a time. Tarzan uses it for maintenance, and he keeps his wings spread while he's walking on it so he can glide down if he falls. Okay, nothing there. I gotta check these windows. Look outside. Just outside the window. Okay, so we got that one. We gotta go check Elegant's room. Maybe she did something. Nothing interesting here. Aha! Just outside the window is a narrow ledge that rings the second floor of the tavern. It's only wide enough that one person can walk along it at a time. Tarzan uses it for maintenance, and if he keeps his wings spread like he's walking on it so he can glide down if he falls. Seems there's a slight imprint on the ledge, but it's hard to identify. But I bet the same, I mean, we're all in the same, like, line. So... Do you have any information about what happened last night? No, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. I think the medicine Dr. Thrivey gave me made me a little confused. I thought I heard something, but I can't be sure what it was. Never mind, I don't want to lead you astray, Detective. Was the medicine you took last night effective? I'm not sure it was. I fell asleep rather late last night. May I check what's in this drawer? Some of the things in there are private. If you really need to check, I can show it to you. And she's probably not gonna let me, I guess. Nope. I'll talk to Peter. Peter was scared out of his mind, shivering at the counter. Peter? I patted Peter gently. Leave me alone, please. But you're the only one who knows the most about Ionis. Doesn't Saracen have any ideas? He doesn't. Okay. The only thing I know about him is he's been gambling a lot recently. I do the same. He wasn't betting pocket change like you were. He put 50 cents into the game at least. What? Why'd I know nothing about this? He'd always pay back on time so no one talked about it. I shook Lennox's shoulder to wake him up. What? What do you need, Monsieur Detective? Sorry for the disturbance, but I have some questions for you. We? Oh, he's starting to sweat. Did you hear anything suspicious last night? Nobody came down the stairs and I heard no noise of fighting. The storm was quite intense last night, and it hasn't stopped until this morning. Did you hear any noise from the ladder upstairs? I do not think so. Thanks a lot. What? How's the autopsy going? Not finished yet. Give me a little more time. That valerian stuff you gave out last night, it is safe, right? If you're implying that then what I think you are, yes, I drank a dose of it myself. Did you hear anything in the attic? No, neither Sarzen and Zox nor I went downstairs, otherwise the sound of the ladder would have woken me up. And it can't be more obvious that Anzox hadn't gone downstairs. I did check the window, though. Check all the other windows. Oh, I didn't check Vincel's, I guess. There's some water stain on the windowsill. Just outside the window is a narrow ledge that rings the second floor of the tavern. It's only wide enough that one person can walk along it at a time. Sarzen uses it for maintenance, and he keeps his wings spread while he's walking on it so he can glide down if he falls. There's an imprint on the ledge. Got any clues? Not at the moment. What happened to helping me with the search? Did I say I was finished? Oh, man. I did check the windows. I checked all the windows. I guess I didn't check her window, though. Okay, so there's nothing there. Did we check Peter's window? Okay. Guess we had to check all the windows. Just outside the window is a narrow ledge that rings the second floor of the tavern. It's different. Wait, the ledge. It's broken. The ledge outside of Sean's room seems to be broken. Aha! I think everybody else's was looked at. Except for Kane's, which he did. Yep. Guess it's important to check everything, huh? Okay, we're gonna check out the stairs. How do I check out the stairs? There we go. Wooden spiral stair. Sarzen tumbled here. The carpet is damp. Okay, maybe now. I don't think there's anything here. Except for them keys. Where are them keys? Ah. Good, he's done now. The window in Diana's room is wide open. Snow is piled on the windowsill. The window lock is a drop-off lock. Lift the lever upward and the other lock lever on the other side of the window will turn outwards, no longer blocking its movement. Then either half of the window can be easily swung open. Hit the lock lever down and it will snap two windows together. The window will be completely locked in that case. But look out the window. Just outside the window is a narrow ledge that rings the second floor of the tavern. It's only wide enough that one person can walk along it at a time. Zarzan uses it for maintenance, and he keeps his wings spread while he's walking on it so he can glide down if he falls. Seems there's a slight imprint on the ledge, similar to the other ones I found earlier. They look like footprints. If we sort these footprints from deepest to shallowest, the deepest footprints were outside of Vincel's room, and then the footprints outside of Elegant's room. The third set is outside Aenis' room, and the footprints found outside of my room were the shallowest ones. Somebody planted some shit. Somebody came to my room and took some shit. It's that arrow. An arrow stuck into Aenis' chest. So specifically, the arrow I lost. The arrow is sunk deep into his chest, with only the stick outside. But there isn't a lot of blood. The arrow went through the pleura of the lung, making quite a deep wound. Anyway, I don't want to have anything to do with this arrow. There's a circular room around Aenis' neck. The wound is deep enough to break Aenis' skin. Shark skin isn't easy to tear. I've compiled a detailed report for you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Thanks. It's Aenis' clothes. His key is still in the bag, however the wallet was empty. A belt made from hemp rope was pulled out and set aside. Huh. That seems like a murder weapon to me. The door was shut. Okay, well, I wanted to hit back. That's okay. If you don't mind, I'd like to double-check the autopsy results. As you wish. The victim is known as Aenis, a male shark, approximately 40 years old. The body was found in the victim's room an hour ago, with the time of death about 5 to 8 hours earlier. The victim was found naked at the time of discovery. The genitalia are covered out of dignity for the deceased. There is a wound on the victim's chest, 7 centimeters deep, penetrating the pleura of the lungs with minor bleeding. An iron arrow is found in the wound, and the shape of the wound is consistent with the above arrow. Aside from a set of banded marks around the deceased's neck, no other wounds were seen. That is all I have found thus far. I'm having trouble breathing now. What if I could sniff out the murderer? What if? He's got a stuffy nose, though. I think somebody left the door open trying to make sure it looked like him. I have to wait for this pop-up. I can't tell them apart. They seem so connected while they seem not. I can't smell a thing. With my nose clogged up, I couldn't smell a thing, but I have all the evidence I need. Time to find out the truth. Dun dun dun! Oh no, all the people have, like, their... Poor guys. All their portraits have blood on them. After a thorough search, I asked everyone to come into the hall for trial. Thrivey took off the mask he wore during his autopsy. You may start now. Heron looked down and whispered, Unto God's gracious mercy and protection we commit you. The Lord bless you and keep you. May God's face shine upon you, and may he be gracious unto you, both now and evermore. Amen. Lunac and Solar were sitting facing toward each other. I'm pretty sure nobody will agree to this, but is there anyone that thinks Aenis died from an accident? I've got a theory, but I'm not quite sure it's polite to say. No games, Peter, just talk. I've heard rumors that some people strangle themselves on purpose to increase the pleasure from... What kind of rumors do you listen to? Well, I'm pretty sure that's totally unrelated and completely unimportant to both me or that case at the moment. How? How could someone do something so... Let's save the moral outrage for later, alright? Let's focus on what we can gather from the evidence. That's true. And he heard it from a friend after finding out for a friend, exactly. But I also think, you know, because Ionis and Lunic were making eyes at each other, you know? I'm pretty sure this isn't a case of sexual asphyxia. It seems to contradict the evidence. What proves Ionis did not die from sexual asphyxia? The arrow. The arrow stuck in his chest seems to be inserted quite deep. The arrow is deep enough to penetrate his pleural cavity and possibly his lung. If it did, his lungs would have collapsed due to the pressure difference. I'm pretty sure even a masochist would have trouble with such a self-inflicted wound. Also, if this actually was a sexual asphyxia, the rope he used would still be on his neck. Maybe we can ignore the scars for the time being. Alright, we can basically rule out accidental death for right now. It's time to figure out the likely suspects. First, we need to exclude the 3 people in the attic. The reason is simple. Where is that? Nope. Okay, hang on. Because there would be a loud friction sound when the ladder in the attic is dragged up and down, but no one heard it. True enough, but could we narrow the range of possible suspects further? If we exclude... Marquis Lunic can be ruled out since he was the night watcher last night, but I will need you to testify further. But of course. Then the possible suspects can be narrowed down to Peter, Heron, Elegant, Marquis Solar, and myself. Why did I... It's alright, I didn't do it anyway. The important thing is to find the murderer. So I want to hear Marquis Solar's testimony first. Did you notice anything abnormal last night? I'll need all the details, no matter if you're unsure about it or not. If you say so, Mr. Detective. I didn't sleep well last night, possibly because of the medicine. But instead of leaving the room, I laid on the bed and tried to sleep. While I was on the bed, I heard some abnormal sounds, like the friction sound of someone trying to shift something outside. It was quite clear. Something smells fishy. Maybe I'll press harder for further information. A friction sound? Could you elaborate on that? It sounded like footsteps. It was louder when I first noticed that. Then the volume was getting lower and lower until it was almost inaudible. Then it has become louder once more. And then it went down again. The medicine didn't work on you? I couldn't get to sleep even after I took the medicine. Then you would have had the time to commit this crime instead of sleeping. So you stayed in your room all night? It is unsuitable for ladies to go out casually at night. You appear to have heard it quite well. There wasn't any wind howling last night, so I heard it clearly. Please add what you just mentioned to the testimony. With pleasure. Please testify again. I fell asleep really late last night. As a lady, I didn't want to leave my room casually. While I was in the bed, I did hear sounds like footsteps. It was quiet at night, so I heard it quite clearly. Wait a sec. Uh-oh. What happened? Something sounds suspicious in your testimony. Marquis Lunic was the night watch last night downstairs. According to his own words, the snow was heavy at night. And he mentioned that it was quiet at night. I'm afraid it's not possible. Well, it might be because I was nervous. I was in bed listening to the footsteps outside. But I did hear it, I swear. Fine, I would note it down first. So, Solar heard a difference in the sound because distance changed. The suspect was moving on the ledge outside the tavern, so their distance from Solar's room also changed. The footsteps sounded faint when far away, then grew louder as they got closer. In other words, it was because of the suspect's movements. From the map of the tavern, when the suspect committed the crime, they must have passed by Solar's room twice. The suspect first passed by Solar's room on the ledge outside. At that time, the noise the suspect made had not yet attracted Solar's attention. When Solar heard the noise, the suspect was already on the ledge past her room. As the suspect continued to walk down towards Ionis's room, their footsteps were getting quieter as well. Outside Ionis's room, the suspect entered the room and murdered Ionis. After committing the crime, the suspect returned along the same path and passed outside Solar's room again. But outside Sean's window, it's broken. As the suspect returned to their own room, their footsteps grew progressively quieter until they disappeared. This can explain why the sound of footsteps that Marquis Solar has heard changed from loud to quiet, then loud again, and then disappeared. The possible suspects are now down to 2 people. Well, it's either Roman. It's me, if you say so. Sorry, I think it's you. What? Or maybe not. And also, Solar as well. What? Or maybe Peter. Peter as suspect 1. That seems possible considering the position of his room. Who else? And Heron, I guess. But see, it's on the other side, because it can't be those 2, because it's broken. Wait! What? The ledge outside Sean's room broke down decades ago! But it's still possible if the murderers jumped over the gap. You can't easily jump over such a big gap unless you're Sarzan. If the murderer didn't come from the rooms on the right side, it wouldn't have made that kind of sound. Then how do you explain Solar's testimony? Perhaps she heard it wrong. I know exactly what I heard. That means we are the only 2 suspects. See, and I know clearly that I am innocent, which means you are the culprit. Anyway, care to tell me what you did last night? Why me? Also, I'll testify after you. Very well. You know, if the murder did break into the room from the outside, then we are the only 2 suspects. I was sleeping the whole evening, and I'm unsure of how to prove my innocence. But I have no motive to kill Ionis. The range of suspects could be expanded. Then who else might be involved? I'm not so sure at the moment. Are you sure you don't have an alibi at all? What can I say? What about a motive? I knew him for less than 2 days, and he has nothing to do with my mission. There's also the fact that Ionis's name was crossed out in your notebook. Must we do the same song and dance routine again? No, my notebook is not a kill list or anything else. Are you not more suspicious than I? You suddenly develop a cold, and there are traces of snow in your room. Most importantly, the arrow from your drawer was found in the wound. What? You know what, Roman? It will not help if you hide the evidence you have, especially in this kind of situation. Hiding that from everyone is the exact thing the murderer wants you to do. Even if the evidence suggests you did it, it would make you look suspicious indeed. However, we must leave no stone unturned in order to find out the truth. Got it. So when exactly did you go through my drawer? Time to testify. Are you ready? Exactly. Like, that's an important question. Just explain the dance one by one would be good. But can that solve this? Why was the window open? Had to be opened by somebody else. I closed my window before I went to bed last night, but when I woke up this morning, the window was open. I think it's because someone opened the window. The windows were open, so my room was flooded with cold air all night. That's why it was so cold. It was evidence from the last official case I was on. I came to the White Star before coming back to the agency to drop off the evidence because it was on the way. I didn't want anyone discovering it, so I hid the arrow in the drawer. The rest of the evidence in my backpack matches it. The arrow should have been inserted by the murderer who stole it, based on the evidence at the moment. As for a motive, I don't really have one. Wait a moment! I guess I do, because, yeah, I owe him money. Again? Didn't I ask you to pay back some money yesterday? You didn't seem nervous. I'm not that nervous. My hand's just shaking because I'm thinking about it. You think I'd murder my friend for that little? Admittedly, people have killed for far less. Also, when his body was found this morning, his wallet was empty. Now that I can explain. When he paid the room fee yesterday, he asked me to take care of his extra money while he was here. Why would he do that? To prevent him from gambling again, I guess. Anyway, getting to guard such a large fortune makes me feel a bit dragonish again. That kind of makes sense. Guess I'm free of suspicion now. La victoire est mienne. What? I have figured out who the murderer committed this vicious crime. Huh? Are you seriously trying to steal my job? First, the murderer was assembled the collapsible arrow found in Monsieur Detective's drawer, then tied a string to the end of the arrow as a tether. Then he climbed outside the window and skulked, like a thief, to Ionis's room by using the ledge. The clever murderer opened the window, killed Ionis on his bed, then pulled the string in an attempt to retrieve the arrow. But because the arrow had been disassembled and assembled repeatedly, the arrow came apart. Queer surprise! The murderer only received the back half of the arrow. The murderer then returned to his room along the way back, with nobody the wiser. This does explain a lot, but something seems to be missing. Roman seems really suspicious if you look at it that way. Coming into Ionis' room in that way. Then returning to his room, leaving footprints on the ledge outside the window. Everyone looked at me, eyes full of doubts. I was biting my thumb. I need to hurry up and give an explanation, or else I'll end up as the murderer. I looked at Elegant, and she looked at me too. Although I believe, given your intelligence and character, you would not commit such a crime, you had better prove it. Grr, it does make sense when you first hear it, but the evidence contradicts it. Quoi? How interesting. It seems like a contradiction. I disagree. Dang it! I picked the right one. I picked the wrong one. It's contradictory. Why? Well, anyway, I think it's a contradiction. Ah, dang it. The window was locked. How would I open it? You could still barely call it a lock. It's just a stick. But I believe there is a way. Hey, why do you keep saying something that doesn't matter? I am sorting out my ideas. Sort out ideas. I think you're just thinking about how to scapegoat someone. Ever since we found Ionis' corpse, your actions have been really suspicious. I'm not going to make the same mistake twice, Roman. No, Before I could explain, Tarzan rushed forward and hoisted me off the ground with his claws around my neck. My feet kicked uselessly in the air as my vision swam and a buzzing filled my ears. Elegant drew a dagger from her waist and rushed at Tarzan. Her mouth was wide open as if she were shouting something. I could feel the blood splatter from Zarzan's injured arm, but his grip didn't lose its strength. If anything, it tightened. My vision grew darker. I couldn't hear what she was screaming as the world seemed to fall away. The last thing I could see as the world went black was the light glinting from the tears on Zarzan's snout. Uh-oh. I might have to love it, I guess. Interesting. Wow, Merry Christmas, right? The end, question mark. Alright, now I have to... It's definitely this one, okay. After a thorough search, I asked everyone to come to the hall for trial. So Ivy took off the mask he wore during his autopsy. You may start now. So I guess this one's important enough for me to have to select the right choices. I have a feeling it's something I didn't say to Elegant, maybe. Interesting that they don't let you pick it. So, like, this is... Oh, where's Zarzan's? There it is. So it's interesting that they let you pick that. So there must be two. We're gonna have to look through all of these. I mean, usually I just go down, but maybe I should check something else for Elegant. Oh yeah. We're looking for Lunic's testimony. Okay, we all did that. And then we're gonna have to pick Peter and Heron because it doesn't let you pick me or her. Maybe it'll be tough. You know, if the murderer did break into the room from the outside, then we are the only two suspects. I was sleeping the whole evening and I'm unsure of how to prove my innocence. But I have no motive to kill Ionis. Is the maintenance ledge the only way to get into Ionis' room? We can only say so because we have no other clues. What about a motive? I knew him for less than 2 days and he has nothing to do with my mission. There's also the fact that Ionis' name was crossed out in your notebook. Must we do the same song and dance routine again? No, my notebook is not a kill list or anything else. Are you not more suspicious than I? You suddenly develop a cold and there are traces of snow in your room. More importantly, the arrow from your drawer was found in the wound. You know what, Roman? It will not help you hide the evidence you have, especially in this kind of situation. Hiding that from everyone is the exact thing the murderer wants you to do, even if the evidence suggests you did it. It would make you look suspicious indeed. However, we must leave no stone unturned in order for you to find out the truth. Time to testify. Are you ready? Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna pick everything. Or maybe I'm picking things wrong, though. Because I didn't lie. I haven't lied. Maybe it's because I have to admit it. Aha! I could have been angry because he asked me for money, then killed him while he was asleep and took back my money. But that really just is a little bit. Now that I can explain. When he paid the room fee yesterday, he asked me to take care of his extra money while he was here. Why would he do that? To prevent him from gambling again, I guess. Anyway, getting to guard such a large fortune makes me feel a bit dragonish again. That kind of makes sense. Guess I'm free of suspicion now. La Victoria es mien. What? I have figured out how the murderer committed this vicious crime. Huh? Are you seriously trying to steal my job? Okay, here we go again. First, the murderer assembled the collapsible arrow found on Monsieur Detective's drawer, then tied a string to the end of the arrow as a tether. He never found the other end. Then he climbed outside the window and skulked like a thief to Ionis's room using the ledge. The clever murderer opened the window, killed Ionis on his bed, then pulled the string in an attempt to retrieve the arrow. But because the arrow had been disassembled and assembled repeatedly, the arrow came apart. Quite a surprise. The murderer only received the back half of the arrow. The murderer then returned to his room along the way back, with nobody the wiser. This does explain a lot, but something seems to be missing. Roman seems really suspicious if you look at it that way. Coming to Ionis's room in that way, then returning to his room, leaving footprints on the ledge outside the window. Everyone looked at me, eyes full of doubts. I was biting my thumb. I need to hurry up and give an explanation or else I'll end up as the murderer. I looked at Elegant and she looked at me too. Although I believe given your intelligence and character you will not commit such a crime, you had better prove it. Sure, it does make sense when you first hear it, but the evidence contradicts it. Qua, how interesting. It must have something to do with the case. Like what? I can't explain. Dang it! Take a look. It's a breakthrough of the case, I think. Why a breakthrough? Because, I know it's... Dang it! It must have something to do with the case. Like what? I can't explain clear. Dang it! Here we go again. Dang it. Of course it's gonna be hard right at the end. There has to be something I can pick. That's different. Why is he, like, excluded, though? There's, like, water on the windowsill. I'm gonna have to actually, like, look this one up.
Stuff. As I was saying.
Okay. Can't find anything. Maybe if I just look up guide. There you go. This is an achievement guide. Huh. A lot of walkthroughs. I don't know. There's not a whole lot of different options. It seems like selecting any option does not work. See, if I pick those two, if I pick me and her, then it doesn't work. Because, like, it won't let you pick it. There we go. Well, I guess I did ask that last time. If the murderer did enter a room from the outside, then the suspect would only be one of us. The range of possible suspects cannot be expanded at present. I slept all night. Aha, I got something different. But while that does not serve as suspicious alibi, I also have no motive or reason to kill Ioannis. I've got no further questions. See? Can't select this. Can't select a different one. But I did get something different this time, so maybe. But see, why would I, like, if I knew, like, his wallet was empty? Maybe if I pick something different. I don't know. I mean, just like ignore the fact that everybody said that wallet was like empty and because Zarzan took the money. Dang it. You know, it's not the window lock because I did that earlier. Dang it. Of course, because this game is not like... I guess it's because it's a smaller game. There's not a lot of guides. There is a guide, but it's dumb. Maybe if I stop her interrogation before I ask about that. Oh yeah, this is Lunix's testimony here. So let's pick Peter and Heron. Maybe it doesn't have anything to do with anything, but... No, it's still not gonna let me, I guess. It's not gonna let me. I'm gonna have to. Dang it! Okay. Oh, dang it. Really? I have to start this all over again? I'd have to do Anna's clothing. Alright, so a lot of time you can find out on the Steam discussion board, but I didn't really see anything. A lot of it's Chinese. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. There's obviously more to this. Well, you would think that it would be this, though, because it's light. But none of these contradict it, though. I guess you have to pick the right one. I don't know. I don't know what I can pick to make it different. Dang it. Oh wow, apparently there's some other stuff. Apparently, like, aim for the gold. You replay chapter 0 and click the miller's crotch. It's funny. Not find anything about chapter 3 though. Okay. Can't find anything. Will this game turn me into a furry? Is a is a discussion topic. It's too late. Right? It's like asking if planes can fly while you're in the air, right? Okay. Well, these are all videos. I don't want videos. I just want, like... I can't find any, like, other good guides. On Steam Community. Okay, there's the Steam community guide. Shit. That's the Romans community. Okay. These are for an achievement guide, but... Okay, got the killer. Oh, okay. Okay. Now I get it. He was barely bleeding from his chest wound. And that means maybe the injury on his chest is not the true cause of death. Then it is even more likely to be sexual asphyxiation when you put it that way. What proves Zanus did not die from sexual asphyxia? Yeah, if you repeatedly fail during this part of the trial, you'll be pinned. It's barely bleeding. Okay. You see, there were stripes on his neck. That seems hardly contradictory to me, thinking yeah. Okay, well, I mean, it keeps telling me to pick that one. I picked this one. That's what I'm supposed to pick. Or maybe I need to load again. Oh my goodness. But I picked this one, and like the guide is telling me to pick this one. So you won't let me pick anything else. I don't know. Alright, well. It does not seem to be great, I think. Okay, well that didn't work. I don't know. It seems... I don't want to watch it step by step. Man, I don't get it. See, it won't let me pick anything different. Maybe I can pick somebody different. Yeah, see, it won't, let me pick anybody else. I don't know what to pick. Okay. I don't know. See, I can't even get to, like, the weapon part. Okay, well, I can't pick that one. See, I don't know what to pick. I mean, like... Okay, so maybe it's this part that I need to figure out. Maybe it's this part. Okay. Started out. Okay. I don't think Ionis was killed by the arrow. Okay, I had to pick the autopsy. Because the wound was hardly bleeding. That, plus the markings on his neck, suggests Ionis' cause of death was suffocation. How much difference could a different cause of death make? A lot, because it suggests that the arrow in his chest was used to throw suspicion on me and muddle the actual evidence. And this method seems familiar to me. Where have I seen Lunix's theory before? You know, the case I completed in Sunnyvale seems very similar to your guess. What are you on about, Monsieur Detective? Whether it's from the bow and arrow, or the method of recovering the weapon with a string, don't you think it's too similar to be described as a mere coincidence? Scum scholars believe that criminals tend to commit crimes following familiar methodologies. Par consequent, it is not surprising that you would do this. But there are others here who, like me, are very familiar with this case. Isn't it Lunic? Or wait a minute. Yeah. Lunic is. It was Lunic. One of them is Solar. You were there on the day I solved the case, and I also reported to you in detail about the investigation. If someone could frame me in this way, it can only be one of you. Impossible! Neither my husband nor I are that kind of... But shouldn't your window be locked? Unless the culprits came through your room. Of course not. Uh-oh. Why are you so sure? Very simple, because you said... The murderer opened the window, killed Ionis on his bed with the arrow, and then pulled the string to retrieve the arrow. Now that the murderer can open Ionis' window, would it be so difficult for him to also open mine? Then how did he open it? Just guessing should not be enough to admissible as evidence. The window has a drop-off lock. If he inserted a sufficiently thin, hard object through the window gap, like a dagger, he could push the lock lever away from the locked position. It's not that difficult, right? However, you and the Grey Cat are still the only two suspects. My name is Elegance. Also, I suddenly realized something. The scope of suspects was wrong, because we were wrong about the suspect's starting point this whole time. What starting point? The starting point where the suspect climbed out from inside the room to the ledge. I think Vincel's room. The suspect moved from outside the window in Vincel's room. Then how do you explain the sound? What I heard was not so precise. I withdraw my testimony. I'm afraid it's too big for that, Marquise. The suspect moved to the outside from the window in my room. Oh. Aw, dang it! Alright, I'm gonna have to save after that one. I guess you don't have much room to fail, huh? I guess I'm gonna have to make sure I pick the right one. And I'm also gonna have to remember to save. See, this is the part where I need to save a whole lot. Okay, we know where we have to stop it. Oops. I guess I have to carefully click here. Because I can't be too, like, wrong. If I've clicked too much on accident. Gosh, just have to pick it perfectly, I guess. Come on. We can do this. I wanted to mostly do it without the rest of the guide, but I don't know if I can. Maybe if I read more carefully and, like, fucking save. Dun dun dun. The autopsy, okay. Case note, and I know I got that far, so now we're gonna fucking save. Gonna save right there. Solar. And Lunic. Dun dun dun. Okay, we're gonna save again. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I can't. I can't save. Okay, since Vince's window. Oh no. Uh-oh. Maybe it was Lyannis's window. Gosh! I don't have... I got like... I can't make any more! I can't make no more mistakes! None. Was it not established that the suspect can only return to the room through the window from the outside, right? The range of suspects hasn't changed at all. No, the criminal went to another room. Vincel's room is now empty. They could just jump in from there. I think Sarzan didn't lock the room last night. It seems I didn't. In that case, it makes sense. Wait, please. Fucking save like crazy. If you think that mere words are enough to prove... No, I have the conclusive evidence. Which piece of evidence can prove that the murderer left from Vincel's room? Vincel's window. Please check Vincel's window out. Although the window is closed now, there is a puddle of water on the windowsill. That means... the killer brought it in. When the murderer entered the room, they brought the snow outside into the room. Moreover, the murderer went downstairs because... Where's that? Stain on stairs. There are water stains on the stairs. It shows that the snow on the murderer was tracked on the stairs. Now that you said no one can come downstairs last night, I think it's already clear who the culprit is. Oh, I did it. I can't be too, think it's Ian's clothing. Here's the lethal weapon. What is the weapon? The belt. It's Ionis's belt. He has bandaged strangulation marks on his neck, and I believe that's what caused them. The arrow was stuck in him after his death. Phew, boy. I guess this game is gonna let you fail after this one, huh? Here's how things played out. Deductive reasoning. Arrange the occurrence. Oh god, why? Okay. Damn. Two chips are in the right spot. Oh, I'm forgetting this part. Okay, maybe it's this one. There we go. Got it. The murderer is... Who is the murderer? Lunik. Lunik is the murderer. What are you talking about? Mr. Detective, please. I'll explain this whole case, including your motive and your tricks. You will cease this slander immediately, or I'll... Sorry, McKee, but I have to. Alright, now we have to do a motive. And Sunny has discovered that there is a spinning chipboard on my game. About the motive. According to our inference, you entered Ionis's room through the door. Now here's the question. Why did you enter his room at midnight? It seemed that you two had a long conversation when deciding who would be the night watchman. And Ionis is naked. Stop! Shut up! Was Ionis naked? Ionis undressed himself. Was he used to sleeping naked? I have no idea, but I think he wasn't undressed to sleep. What then? I think he was undressed because clothes would have gotten in the way. Are you trying to imply something? It is entirely possible that Lunik and Ionis were involved in a homosexual affair. That's impossible. How can someone be like that? Even if that's true, my husband would never... So you mean Lunik had sex with Ionis before he killed him? Elegant hesitated, but continued anyway. Dare I ask who was on top? Jesus Christ. I don't believe. Silence! You dare slander moi! You have no evidence! You will be punished by God for your lies! No evidence? Then what do you call this? Elegant raised her paw, showing a pinch of gray fur. I found it on the bed. No! I made sure! Back to the motive. What is Lunik's motive? He was blackmailed by Ionis. I'm guessing Lunik was blackmailed by Ionis. So to prevent his secrets from coming to light, Lunik had to kill him. It would be easy given how much alcohol and valerian potion Ionis had consumed. To say nothing of the, vigorous workout. That too. Anyway, even Ionis could be strangled to death under those conditions. Whoa, I did it! Jesus fucking Christ. In other words, it took me like an hour. Case playback. Last evening, Lunik and Ionis agreed to meet in Ionis' room at night. Then, when everyone was asleep, Lunik quietly went upstairs and came to Ionis' door. Did Ionis lock the door? He locked it, because the key. Ionis locked the door. After that, Ionis made some demands in exchange for keeping the secret. What was Lunik's reaction? He killed him. In order to not be blackmailed, Lunik strangled Ionis from behind with a belt on the bedside, leaving marks on his neck. Man, Murder because of homosexual furry relations. Damn. While thinking about how to find a scapegoat, Lunac remembered the case I had solved. So Lunac climbed out of Ionis's window, made his way down the ledge to my room, lifted up the window lock, and opened the window into my room. He took the arrow from my drawer, returned to Ionis's room, put the dead body into a sleeping position, then stabbed him with the arrow to make a wound. Then he left the room through the window, opened Vincel's window, and returned from the unoccupied Vincel's room. This happened like all the time there'd only be 8 furries left, I know, right? He brought the snow outside into the room, leaving a puddle of water after it melted the next day. The snow on him fell when Lunac went downstairs, so there was melted snow on the stairs. The next day, Zarzan stepped on that puddle when he went downstairs and slipped. A clever trick, but you underestimated me too much. Damn. He's just kidding. Magnifique, Monsieur Detective. Well done. Huh? You're not going to deny it? Why should I? It seems you know your situation well. Je sais bien, but it does not matter whether I deny it or not. You can't touch me. What are you saying? You murdered someone so Roman can sentence you. None of you are of the nobility. Oh, you don't even have a proper judge right now. What are you? The Helios Code stipulates that a common-born judge may not sit in judgment over a noble. Remember I told you this earlier. Wouldn't it be possible to? If you so much as think of trying to tie me up with that feline merchant, I will see to it that your business is destroyed. How could this be? Does this mean the whole investigation was in vain? Do you understand? Then I suggest all of you forget this ever happened. Lunac sneered at us all like we were insects. Yes, I killed that useless, muscle-bound oaf. What of it? My only regret, Monsieur Detective, is that you and your cat friend are so good at ferreting out extramarital affairs. What? Last night, Ionis and I... Oh, damn. Solar fucking killed his ass. Lunac's sneer froze in a look of shock, and a dark red stain began to spread across his forest green coat. The dark green cloth made the red blood look even darker, as though his malice was leaking out of the wound. You... Lunac collapsed onto the carpet, and blood from the stab wound slowly pooled under him. The bloody knife clattered onto the floor. Solar stood still, but tears dripped down through her fur. What happened? I don't know. Solar dropped down, squatting beside Lunac, who was still convulsing and letting out garbled gasps. Zarzan took half a step forward, but I quickly stopped him. What are you doing? Zarzan glared at me, his voice a snarl of anger. No, don't. It's not safe to approach now. But the Marquis! Even if we wanted to do something, a stab wound like that is fatal. I'm sorry, I didn't know it would be like this. While Solar was wailing, elegantly quietly approached and picked up her dropped dagger. I know, right? Fucking, darling, I'm sorry. I don't really want to. Thrivey ran down the stairs carrying his first aid kit, pushing Heron out of the way as he started to rush Lunac. I'm sorry. She didn't know stabbing him through the torso with a fucking Roman gladius would kill him. Well, it was just a dagger. Solar collapsed on the carpet, and Thrivey hurried over to her and turned her over. She fainted. It's fine. What about Lunac? Thrivey put his hands on Lunac's chest, then his throat, then sighed and shook his head. I'm afraid he's gone. God has his own arrangements. One case down, one more to... I do not think so. Why? You already forgot? According to the Helios Code, a common-born judge may not sit in judgment over a noble. As Marquis, Solar is also sheltered by that statue. In other words, we can't legally do anything about Solar. And I see no reason to. But she literally just killed... I remember when Anzox was telling stories when we first met. You said that most people will not commit a crime unless they have no other choice. I know, but Solar committed the crime right in front of us. How can this be ignored? The only thing I can do is remain silent, but there's nothing I can do now. Whatever I say doesn't matter. Solar woke up. Okay, I'll talk with her. Solar was sprawled ungracefully in an armchair by the fire and didn't look at me as I approached her. I think there should be at least one more murder. Peter has to go, exactly. I don't know what I'm doing, really. Care to tell me what's going on with that dagger you were carrying? The dagger was a gift from my mother the night before I got married. She told me... Mother, why are you so late? I had hoped I would give this to you before you were wed. Here, take it. This is a dagger? The night before I married your father, my mother gave it to me, like her mother before her. And why did she give you a dagger? This is no ordinary dagger. It is a memento, a talisman that will ensure your husband remains faithful and kind. I see. Thank you, Mother. See, it wasn't her fault. It was the dagger's fault. It was a magical fucking dagger. Make sure to keep it close. I suggest hiding it in the inner pocket of your dress, like I do. I doubt the dagger was actually magical, but it did its job one way or another. It sure fucking did. It actually didn't do its job at all. Well, it did, because when he wasn't faithful, he'll never fucking do it again. Because he's dead. Then why did you... Suddenly, I feel that isn't a good question. It didn't keep him faithful. It just killed him after he wasn't... Exactly. I don't know. When he was gloating like that, I just saw red. Why didn't he tell me? I thought he acted like this because he was worried or under stress or the financial pressure. I always thought if I helped him share the burden, give him time to rest, that he would... Suller ducked her head and whimpered. It was like my body moved on instinct. When I came to, I was already holding the knife and standing behind him. Is this the point where you tell me the verdict? Truth be told, I can't do anything. Although I'd like to see you accept the punishment you deserve, my paws are tied. Oh, she's just mad he didn't tell her. Yeah, exactly. When the snow stops, I'll hand you over to the proper authorities. Thank you. Go back to your room. I'll bring you some food later. Since so much has happened, I'd wager you'd prefer to be alone right now. Zarzan handed me a key. Indeed, thank you, Detective. Solar took the key, delicately wiping her eye, and silently went upstairs. I'd figure you want to tie your hands, at least. No need for that, I think. I'd probably have done the same thing if I was in her position. Going to go bang the shark guy. Okay, cool, thanks for telling me. I'd been pissed otherwise. Well, I guess he was, like, all mad and shit. And, like, being, like, pissed and stuff. Besides, I'm not used to being so rude to a lady. It's not unreasonable. Zarzan sighed and sat in the chair opposite me. Can't believe something like that happened. It's not like we could have known. And Ioannis, I really can't imagine it. As a drinking buddy of his for so long, I didn't even realize. Then again, maybe he didn't want to let others know that. I don't quite believe your reasoning. Ioannis wasn't the kind of guy who would blackmail someone. I don't think so either. But from Lunac's point of view, it was probably his only option. He couldn't just risk the scandal getting out. Zarzan stood up and dusted off his hands. I should go fix lunch. Peter shorted toward me, his expression hostile. You didn't say that you would protect everyone? What? First Kane, then Zox, now Ioannis. Are you doing this on purpose? Peter was shouting loud enough that the other guests in the hall looked over. It's not like I can just magically... Bullshit! For all we know, you're just manipulating us so you can satisfy your desire to solve murders. Do you seriously hear what you're saying right now? Exactly. Peter's next. Do you think I enjoy watching the people I care about die? You think anybody, least of all me, is happy with what's been going on? So, sorry. Fuck you, Peter. Peter took 2 steps back, then turned and bolted upstairs. It's too hot by the hearth. Let's choose another place. The only remaining trace of Lunac's presence had been reduced to a few red smears on the carpet. Hardly a satisfying solution, I guess. By the way, this is for you. Elegant handed me a collection of gray hairs and winked. What? I took it out of the washstand. You what? A thank you should suffice. A thank you? Is it really necessary to shout, Roman? You lied to me, presented fake evidence, and still want me to thank you? Calm down, no need for that. You were this close to ruining my entire career, and you want me to thank you. Well, it was worse than that. You died when they couldn't figure it out. Oh, Roman, don't conceal evidence. And then you just took my hair and pretended it was Lunac's too. Arrgh. I stomped upstairs and decided not to go downstairs. It was time to eat. I slammed the door shut behind me and fell into the bed, burying my muzzle in the pillow. I heard footsteps hurrying upstairs, but I didn't care. Mambo or a queen, we still have a lot of time before dawn. Not to spoil the mood or nothing, but your wife is literally just down the hall. Bah, she is unimportant right now. Yeah, but if she catches us, you're completely screwed, you know. Oh. I mean, her family's pretty influential in Cordoba, and a marquis getting railed by a dock worker ain't the sort of thing her reputation recovers from. Don't get me wrong, I'd still love you if you were just some penniless bum on the street. But just in case, it might be a smart idea to set up a little something between us just as a backup. And how, Mambo, would she find out, Well, given how much noise you make, I'm surprised she hasn't noticed by now. Damn. Oh, come on, I'm just messing with you, loony. Ha, yes. Teasing me, are you? I mean, you're always such a tease. Then perhaps it is my turn to take the initiative. Well, 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 climb on up then. Jesus Christ. And then we're gonna have to save again. You guys, I was just looking at the rest of the achievement list here because I guess it's a good enough guide. There is an achievement at the end that there has been clearly JoJo's Bizarre references in this game. Third time's the charm is definitely converted because it's Sono Chino Sadame. Which is the song of the first opening scene in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Really is. This game is full of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Wow. Okay. Okay. I see you. I see you, and I know you. Peter was sitting across from Heron, his ears drooping down and his eyes bloodshot, like he had just finished crying. Or maybe it was the stress. Heron was scrutinizing him from across the table, elbows on the table and his finger interlaced. He wouldn't have looked out of place talking in a confession booth. Tarzan was quietly scrubbing an already spotless mug behind the bar, his expression vacant. Thrivey was staring down his grimoire, though the lack of turning pages suggests he wasn't reading. Suller was seated in the corner of the tavern with a glass in her hands, the fur on her cheeks matted. Fortunately, no one unwanted had come. Who should I sit with? Peter and Heron. I sat down at an unoccupied table next to Peter. Peter had already stopped crying and was talking to Heron in a trembling voice. So apparently I need to get that achievement, so I will be following it for the next chapter. It's quite alright. If you need help, don't hesitate to ask. God would never abandon any of his children. But it's too selfish of me. If I really do so, I would put me in danger? Yes, put you in danger. By the blessings of God, I fear no such danger. Such bravery is God's gift for my service to his children. So don't worry, just say whatever this request is. I can't sleep in my room, but the idea that Kane's killer was the only one wall away from me, But a change of room would just put him nearer to where Kane passed away, wouldn't it? Don't worry, you need not fear of any restless spirits, as I have given them the proper rights. They are where they're supposed to be. It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that I'm just afraid. Father, can I change room with you tonight? Heron scratched his head and sighed. Who am I to refuse such a small request from someone in need? We can exchange rooms after dinner tonight. Tarzan pushed the curtain to the kitchen aside with his horn and came out with a pot. All right, everyone. Lunchtime. What do you all want? There's not a lot to choose from, though. We only have meat stew for now, and if that doesn't agree with your appetite, then too bad. So it's either eat or don't eat. How nice to give us a choice. And if you're wondering about the flavor, I went a bit overboard with the seasoning. No other reason. I'm guessing that horse isn't exactly palatable. Tarzan spooned the stew carefully into the bowls and collected the last bits of broth into the last bowl. Bon appetit, everyone eat up. Tarzan put a wooden bowl in front of me, then walked to the round table where Solar was sitting. Peter was poking at his stew, trying to find any vegetables in it. Thrivey was holding his bowl and sipping the broth gently, and occasionally sparing a glance at Heron, who was devouring the stew. Tarzan turned back and looked the last bowl of broth down to the cellar. I put the wooden spoon aside and held the bowl to my mouth with both hands. Suddenly, a heavy thudding sound came from upstairs. What in the world? The corridor was empty, and every door was closed firmly. Lodgers followed one by one to see what had made the noise from the attic. Ouch! Stupid limp legs! He's awake! Thrivey squeezed past me and hurried up the ladder into the attic, and he wonders why people mistake him for being a kid. When I climbed up the attic, Thrivey had lifted Anzox up from the floor and had seated him on the edge of the bed. Phew, much obliged. I'm just glad you're finally awake. I was worried you wouldn't wake up. Was it really that serious? Thrivey was nibbling on his index finger as he nodded. I've slept. How long was I asleep? It's been... Thrivey quickly calculated on his fingers. A little over a day or so. And here I thought I'd wake up to find Helios III seated on the throne. Well, I doubt that... Before he could finish, Anzox clamped Thrivey's mouth shut. Take care with your words, or we... Between the heavy snow and the dwindling population, I think we'll be fine. What did you say? Between the heavy snow? No, the last part. What do you mean, dwindling population? Well, the fact is, while you were unconscious, there was another incident. Anzox's hand stiffened. What happened? Who was... Wait, don't tell me. I'm starving. Please tell me when there's something available. I'd rather face tragedy with a full belly. Ah, yes, there is. Thrivey glanced at me and raised his eyebrows. I have to admit, I wasn't used to seeing eyebrows on a dragon, but given how fluffy he was, it makes sense that he have eyebrows. I looked into the stew pot. It was completely empty. It was so clean that I almost suspected that Tarzan had thoroughly licked the pot. I should probably check elsewhere. Both Thrivey's stew and mine are untouched. Take whose stew? Mine. I took my bowl and walked upstairs slowly. A furry white paw reached down for the bowl. I stood on my tiptoes and handed it up to him. I can feed myself, thank you. You'll do no such thing. Do you remember what happened when you tried to stand up under your own power? Now hush. Thrivey was spooning the broth into Anzox's mouth. In your current state, all you end up doing is spilling it all over the bed. Truly, then if nothing else, I would have an easy midnight snack. I doubt Tarzan would agree with you. Well... Time to look around. I should be able to peek in someone's room if they're not there. Re, mi, so, ma, si, so. Mi, so, me, fi, fa. As if feared, after such a long coma, my skill at singing has become as rusty as my scales. You were only unconscious for a day. That's hardly enough to forget basic arpeggios. True, but my head does still hurt. Wait, you know about music too? I was speaking rhetorically. Anzox cast a doubtful look at Thrivey, sniffed the air, and shrugged his shoulders. You like the scent of a musician. Since when is that smellable? Unless you have urgent matters, I suggest you stay in bed until you're fully recovered. Very well, so why was I struck by the ladder? Sabotage. Vincent broke the handle so the ladder fell down at the slightest touch. What? I don't know him at all. What made him do such a thing? I don't know. Roman, did Roman not tell you why? He doesn't know either. Wait, you mean that Roman doesn't know why Vincent wanted to kill me? Yes, Vincent was bound in the cellar and refuses to say anything. Help me out of this bed. I want to meet him. It's useless. Well, I would like to go downstairs anyway. I left some of my things downstairs. Then I'll fetch it for you. Describe the items, please. You... Very well. So why was I struck by the ladder? Okay. I was supposed to do this like 5 times. Oh, 4 times. Why me, of all the people in this tavern? I have no idea. You'll have to ask Vincel. But you're stopping me from asking him. I didn't mean right now, you idiot. And by the way, I have an explanation. Eh? There's no motivation for Vincel to kill me for... I'm not the one who he wanted to kill. Roman already explained. Do you think I heard that? Aha! If you wanted to kill me, why was it not him but Heron who sent me upstairs to fetch the rosary? It must mean Vincel is not the real murderer. The real murderer is Heron. Heron, this name sounds somewhat familiar. Maybe it's just some delusion. Anzox was holding his lute and strumming gently, trying to work out his fingers. Thrivey was quietly searching for earplugs in his medical box. Okay, so I guess that's it. The hall was empty. It was only Zarzan, who had just put the kitchen in order and was standing behind the counter, and Solar, who was avoiding his gaze in silence. Why won't the snow stop? If this keeps up, I'll run out of things to cook and water to cook it with. Solar didn't respond, but sat there quietly and stared at the ring on her finger. Guess he could just use the snow. Why won't the snow stop? If this keeps up, I'll run out of things to cook and water to cook with. Okay? That would explain his eagerness to wed me. Do you think he could have ever loved me? I don't know. Whether the answer is yes or no, it's still a tragedy. Damn. That would explain his eagerness to wed me. I know there's more, because there's more. I can't imagine what caused this indiscretion. Was he always this way, and I just failed to see it? Have I grown too old, or too thin, or too fat for his liking? Or was it just that I no longer excited him? Not to interrupt, but it's probably not your fault. Perhaps, but I can't think that if he had argued before, he wouldn't have... Not to speak ill of the dead, but someone who cheats is going to cheat, no matter what the reason. No need to beat yourself up about it. Who else should I blame them? It's impossible for me to push all the responsibility onto him. Now I was getting curious. How could someone who seemed as meek as gentle as Solar ram a dagger so deep into Lunac's body? He isn't totally to blame either. It wouldn't have been so bad if the laws of Napoleon were a bit more lenient. Lenient? A lenient law won't constrain anything. That's not always a bad thing. For example, according to the laws here in Napoleon, sex between males is a major crime. If it wasn't, he wouldn't have felt the need to marry you to hide his true self. Hide his true self? Solar lowered her head and turned the ring around and around in her paws. Solar had pulled her wedding band off of her paw and was slowly turning it around. The fur on her digit was dented inwards where the ring had rested. Zarzan walked out from behind the counter and sat down on a chair, stretching out as he did so. Yay, I did it. Vincel twisted his head to the side as he twisted against the binding holding his arms, his eyes unseeing. Vincel rocked violently on his chair, leaning forward in the cellar exit with bared fangs and an angry, snarling hiss. What are you doing here? If you've got nothing to say to me, then get out! His fur was disheveled, his eyes were bloodshot, and his jaws trembled when he spoke like he wanted to sink his fangs into my throat. After just one day in the cellar, Vincel's genteel manners were gone, replaced by an almost feral, predatory savagery. Was he always like this, and just hiding it? Yes, I already know, but you guys still don't stop. I'm not interested in telling you stories today. Fuck off. Vincel rolled his eyes and turned his head away from me. The only thing in that drawer is that notebook. I'm already sick of seeing it. The drawer contains the arrow stained with Ionis' blood. Most arrows only kill one person. I guess I should feel honored to be involved in 2 murders. I guess I'm peeking in people's rooms, I guess. I looked around and quietly opened a slit in the nightstand drawer to peek inside. Huh. It's really just a set of women's underwear. I immediately closed the drawer. Jesus Christ. Just didn't want to open that. Aaron and Peter were exchanging rooms. I'll wait until they finish. Ionis's bed. Looks like it moved a little. It probably made a lot of noise. The drawer was empty. Tarzan must have emptied it. There was a set of ordinary clothes in the bag. Nothing that would make you stand out in a crowd while wearing them. The last thing anything in her profession would want is the uniform. After all, you never knew where you would need to hide in the crowd. Well, I poked around everywhere. Considering how many unsecured knives are in this kitchen, I'm surprised nobody's tried to use one as a murder weapon. Odd. The hall was empty. There was only Zarzan, who had just put the kitchen in order, was standing behind the counter, and Solar, who was avoiding a silent gaze in silence. Where the fuck do I go now, though? Where is Elegant, though? I hear the wooden door slowly open. I turn around and step back, holding my breath and trying not to look too tense. Detective, it's dinner time. I nodded and quickly followed. Thrivey pushed open the door, glanced about the room, and tilted his head. Go downstairs when you're ready. I'll wait. I nodded and left the room with him. The tavern's atmosphere was a bit brighter since Anzox had returned, and a long, absent smile had returned to Zarzan's face. I sat down at the table by the hearth, opposite of Anzox and Peter. Ha! I suppose it's fortunate that it was I who was struck by the ladder, not someone else. Don't say that! True, you don't have much fame or money or success right now, but... actually, I meant that it's because I have my scaly armor. Otherwise, well... Peter froze with his mouth half open, as though his brain were catching up to his jaw. I mean, you're also right about the other stuff. Tarzan set 3 bowls of stew in front of us. The stew seemed a bit lower in quality than before. I could see how stringy the meat was without even trying. Enjoy your meal. Easy for him to say. You need strong jaws to eat this. Anzoc held his bowl to his mouth and poured the contents down his throat. I could have sworn he didn't even chew it. Well, he is a dragon. We don't need to chew things, we just eat them. Peter slowly picked up a piece of meat, wrinkled his nose, and took a bite. I'd imagine Zarzan's produce reserves were already empty, but in our current situation, being picky wasn't an option. After chewing for a long time, he turned his head and watched Anzox lick the bottom of the bowl. Still hungry by any chance? Of course, you'd think a dragon's appetite could be so easily satisfied. Peter slowly pushed his bowl to Anzox, while using his body to block the movements of his hands from being seen by Zarzan. Besides, I was hungry before, and I missed Christmas dinner. I swear I'd eat a horse, saddle, and all at this point. Then you'll probably like the stew. Anzoc grabbed a bowl in front of him and poured the second bowl of stew into his mouth. At dinner, everyone stayed in the hall. No one wanted to be the first to go upstairs, so everyone sat silently in their seats, staring at each other with the sounds of snow and wind outside the windows. Now that everyone is free, how about we decide on the night watch candidate for tonight? As soon as Anzoc started to raise his hand, Thrivey glared at him. You may have slept all day and night, but that is no reason for you to do a vigil before you fully recover. As the resident doctor, I suggest you rest until your scales have healed. Don't even think about it. Well, 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 what a troublesome doctor you are. Were I not so troublesome, you would be dead. I can do it. I'm the tavern owner, and... Before he finished speaking, Zarzan was interrupted by a great yawn. Never mind. I raised my hand. I can... cough, handle it if nobody else wants. Don't you have a cold? It's fine, it's just a cold. Cough. I can tell by your voice that your throat must be sore. Are you sure? But don't worry, I'm fine. I adjusted my collar. It shouldn't be difficult tonight. Everyone went upstairs one after another, and I did too. I had to go back to my room to get something. Zarzan followed me, and we went upstairs together. got into the room and I could hear the sound of keys turning and locks clicking coming from the hall. I settled down and prepared to spend the night awake. It wouldn't be too difficult to hear anything happening upstairs, so I might as well be here. In all aspects, in fact, this room was the most suitable place to keep watch. I just can't fall asleep. And then he fucking fell asleep. We should save. Day 5, 27th of December, 1285. Just cannot fall asleep. He fell asleep. There was a loud, sudden knock, and my eyes snapped open. Oh no, I fell asleep. I quickly got up from the bed and hurried to open the door. Huh, you're fine too. I looked into the corridor from the crack of the door, only to find that there were several dark brown footprints on the corridor leading toward the spiral staircase. Then that just leaves Peter. Before I could react, Sargent took a hand from the keychain, but the key failed to enter the keyhole. Peter is fucking dead. What the? Maybe this one? After several failed attempts, Sargent growled and used his shoulder to burst open the door. The door slammed open. Blood. That was the only thing that would fill my thoughts at this point. The door swung open and the thick, sticky miasma of fresh blood flowed out, spreading from the blood-splattered wall. A pool of blood at the door was evenly smeared by the bottom of the door, painting a crimson arc. Peter was lying peacefully on his bed, a ham knife sticking out of his chest. The blood flowing from the wound was gelled and stuck to the fur of his trunk without falling. No traces of a struggle, no scream for help, no shocked expression. A quick, precise, painless death. That was the only comfort I had, and the only thought that kept me sane and aware in the face of such a brutal scene. Sargent stuck there numbly. His hand fell slack from the doorknob as he stepped into the room, and his foot landing on a half-dried, bloody footprint. How could he have so much blood? It was as if every word had squirmed free from his gritted teeth. Sargent, I'm ruling this an accident. Case closed. Exactly. Sargent bent forward and slumped to the ground, and the impact from his body even shook the wooden beams that held up the ceiling. God, these typos sometimes. Anzox and Thrivey ran up from the side, holding his shoulders to help him up. Solar gritted her teeth and leaned against the wall. Heron moved to help her, but Solar waved him away. Wait, one person is missing. I raced downstairs to the lobby. The fire was out. Footprints stretched all the way from the stairwell and stopped in front of the counter, the dark red stain from the carpet and the wooden floor. Roman was lying on the counter, with his back undulating, and he slept soundly. The bottom of his boot was covered with brown-black clotted blood, and a fine powder was constantly peeling off the boot. Roman! Taking care to avoid the footprints, I rushed to his side and shook him vigorously. Oh, this is from Elegant's point of view. What happened? You fell asleep. What? I fell asleep? What time is it? It'll be hard to solve this one. I'm sure everyone wanted to kill Peter. Same. There's one other matter. Is that blood on the floor? Before I could speak, Roman crawled off the counter, then froze. His horrified gaze followed the blood on the ground from the staircase to his boots. Peter is dead. This wasn't me. Really? Why would I kill? You believe me, right? I felt a rough scale claw rest on my shoulder. We need to talk, now. Sargent grabbed my arm and dragged me to the staircase, where he whispered in my ear. Elegant, I need your help. Have you ever done detective work? Once. Good enough. It should be obvious, but Roman's the prime suspect right now. Nobody's going to believe a word he says, much less let him investigate. So you need to do it instead. He passed his keys to me while he was talking. Are you certain of this? It would be better if I oversaw the investigation and bounced for his conclusions. Roman told me that you're the cleverest feline he's ever met. I believe that you can find the truth. Faint praise aside, that hardly sounds like Roman. And you're the only one that could prove Roman innocent. I'm not interested. Well, I guess I have to turn to Anzox for help. Absolutely not. Start working then. Using stand power. Okay. So these are where some paths diverge. So they give you the correct answers for the trial. And then you can use Elegant's way or use Roman's way. If you use Roman's way, you get the JoJo reference achievement. So we need to do that first. We need to do the Roman's method. And then we'll have to make sure that I save. I pay attention and save. And then I did miss some of the, some stuff. Oh, wow. Interesting. There's a lot that I've missed. A lot of achievements that I missed. Roman is curled up by the counter like a frightened bird. I have something to ask you. Roman turned his head away to avoid my eyes. His shoulders trembled as he reached up to wipe his nose with a snort. I know this is difficult, but I believe you are innocent. As a detective, you are not the sort who would harm others on impulse. That's nice, but what about the others? The others, well, they think I did it. I know why Zarzan didn't ask me to investigate. I do. I'm the most suspicious one for now. But there's something... Although I can totally understand why, and if I were like him, I might have done the same. But there's still something I can't accept. Do you remember what happened last night? Nothing happened when I was keeping watch. But I fell asleep. I was too tired because of the cold. But I think I did hear something before I fell unconscious. So what was it exactly? Did you hear where it came from? No, I don't know. Roman scratched his left ear and avoided my eyes. Right, there is something weird. What is it? Before my night watch, I checked my right pocket to make sure my key was in there. But this morning I found my key in my left pocket. I gently touched his shoulder. His ears twitched and his hand, which had almost gone to his mouth, lowered. I inspected him carefully. He is wearing his coat as usual. The collar band is made of wolfskin. He's wearing a blue shirt today. No blood stains on his trousers. Some cracked, clotted blood on the sole of his boot, and there are traces of splashed blood on the boot. It appears Roman drools when he sleeps. Ugh. There appears to be a small rag dropped by the fireplace. I extend my claws to pick it up and inspect it. Splashes of blood and the edges are charred. Curious, somebody tried to burn something in this texture. It appears to be the same material as Roman's shirt. The bloodstains lead from the staircase to the counter. We go upstairs then. The drawer in them was the error from before in a case file. The room on the left. Okay, well. Sola was pacing back and forth in front of her door, her eyes focused on the bloodstains in the corridor. What did you do last night? I stayed in my room, as usual. That seems a bit too simple. Honestly, you should have expected it from a wolf like him. At first glance, they look gentle and sweet, docile even. But if you start to probe deeper into what secrets they're hiding, out comes the fangs. You're biased. That could be said of any canine. Even if he told me that night, it would have been fine. I would have understood if he had just talked to me. At worst, I would have only become a widow instead of a murderer who stabbed her husband. Why didn't I think he was my husband when I pulled out that dagger? When Ludic betrayed you, he likely did not care if you were hurt. I cannot figure it out. Roman is no fool, so how could he make so many critical mistakes? So you don't think he's the murderer? I'm not sure, but I'm willing to consider the possibility that the murderer is someone else. Do you usually trust others so easily? Only when I have sufficient cause. Fine. But I still think Roman is suspicious. Why? If I remember correctly, this time Roman seemed to insist on keeping watch of his own. Ah. The clasps on the back of her long dress are surprisingly secure. It must have been quite a struggle this morning. We shall save again. The medicine chest that belongs to Thrivey. It seems there are a few dangerous substances in it. Although Anzox has woken up, he still lays in his bed. The only difference is now that he can play his lute. Roman would be happy if he knew, but that can wait until this case is solved. What did you do last night, and did you notice anything peculiar? Let me think. Thrivey gave me a potion before I went to sleep, and then I slept until morning. Really? Did you hear something? No, I was unconscious the second I closed my eyes, and when I opened them, the sun had already risen. Very well. And judging from your injury, I almost thought... You didn't expect me to spring back to life in only one day, right? Correct. Though given our current circumstances, it may be nicer to stay comatose for longer. By the way, I've heard it is said by the doctor that unconscious people have very peculiar dreams. Is that true? Peculiar, yes. I did see something in my dreams. I saw a blue dragon, along with its adherents, soar over the land of Draconia. Wait, what are you blathering about? I did not want... And lo, blood and fire descended upon the once fertile land, burning away all the great achievements that Draconia had. False idols built in the image of the fire dragon, and a crude, ugly, and blasphemous palace built up in the scorched earth. And newborn dragons without their elders' wisdom will be led back to Draconia by ancient instincts. In the eyes of the dragons who had not seen the dragon god, the false god's light is less than a tenth of the dragon god's true brilliance. At the very least, only one Tears of Envy III could easily deceive a young dragon's heart. Wait, stop, enough! I don't have time for this. Sorry, I'm so focused. Did Peter have any problems with anyone here? How should I know? I'm not exactly up on current events given the coma and all. True. Anzox is still Anzox, holding a smooth and well-polished lute. His fingertips flick between the 6 strings and his tail beats a rhythm on the edge of the bed. The bandages on his head have been removed, and he's wearing an old grass-green vest and appears to be a long-sleeved shirt with torn sleeves. Sure enough, his resilience is impressive. We'll talk to Heron, and then we'll stop here for dinner. Heron's Bible is in the drawer, and that's nothing particularly noteworthy. What did you do last night? I offered my prayers to God and went to sleep. There was nothing special. This repetition grows tedious, but I suppose those with normal lives really have nothing to say. Why did you and Peter switch rooms? Did you forget? He told me he didn't dare stay in his room and felt unsafe, so I agreed to switch with him. Don't look at me like that. I switched rooms out of the goodness of my heart. Am I suspect now? This is unfair. Forgive my expression. You are fine, priest. The switch was done publicly and everyone heard it. Heron is wearing a black robe. I believe it's called a habit? No. All this dress is playing havoc with my memory. I should have done more research for this job. At least I can recognize that. There's also one of those on my chest. I can refresh my memory later. Focus. Alright. We'll save here just in case something happens while I'm out for dinner. Alright. We will be back in 40 minutes. I'm gonna leave on some nice music for you all. Aside from what's playing here. Because I think it goes away after a while. I'm finally back. Well, I guess the music this time did loop. Anyway, we're gonna try to finish this game today. It's been a great story so far. I'm not sure if I want to go back and try to get all the achievements or not. I know. Let's see. Who else have I got to talk to? I went here. Guess I ought to go to Peter's room now. Talk to, him. Is there any progress on the autopsy? I'm performing it. Don't rush me. What did you do last night? I slept soundly last night. Why? Because Anzox wasn't playing that blasted lute. So what exactly did you feed him yesterday? Texture of valerian root. Do you really think I would believe that? Valerian root was the primary ingredient of the medicine. Thrivey wore a silver beak mask, and the silver on the surface of the mask was blackened and eroded. But most doctors believe that this layer of black silver tarnish could better protect them from disease. But Thrivey is wearing a mask to examine the body or perhaps hide his expression. Well, I did go downstairs, so maybe I missed somebody. Oh, I gotta go to Vincel, I guess. Vincel raised his head as he saw the trapdoor open. Come down to the Temper of Liquor, Roman. I didn't expect you this early. Do I look like him? Oh, Miss Elegant. Splendid. Why are you here? It was simply my turn to visit the prisoner. Any problems? Vincel turned his bound body, tilted his head, and looked at me. So, I guess something happened to that stupid wolf. Yes, Lunik is dead. Did someone miss? Disappointing. What did you do last night? Vincel sneered. What a question. What did I do? Well, after I attended the opera I had a lovely dinner at, what do you think I was doing? Well, it was a silly question. Did you hear anything last night? Not a blessed thing. The rope loop goes under his shirt collar and is pressed against his green bow tie. I can see wrinkles made by the ropes on his vest and shirt. Vincel sleeps here now. Nothing has changed in the cellar. I had best checked elsewhere. Oops, maybe I didn't. Well, I guess I can't talk to anybody else. Let's go in the kitchen. There you go. Are you sure that all the doors were locked last night? Yes, I locked every single door. Not that it seems to help at this point. Did Peter ever fight with anyone? Let me think. He fought with everybody. There was an argument between Peter and Roman yesterday. You didn't say anything that you would protect everybody? What? First Cain, then Anzox, now Anus. Are you doing this on purpose? It's not like I can just magically... Bullshit! For all we know, you're just manipulating us so you could satisfy your desire to solve murders. Do you seriously hear what you're saying right now? I think I enjoy watching the people I care about die. You think anybody, least of all me, is happy with what's been going on? So, sorry. Why did it have to be... Sarzan is dressed as usual with polished buttons, rolled up sleeves, and belts tying his wings. Okay, so maybe now I can go upstairs. Dang it. Oh, okay. I'm glad this game sometimes gives you, you know, does give you some clues. Although the last one, it made you a killer. Why can't they just get snow outside? Missing ham knife. That's what I was missing. I'm performing it. Don't rush me. Dang it. What other testimony do I need? I think I've looked in here already. Why is this window still open? Suppose I didn't check that bag right there. Blue shirt and a pair of pants. Strange, there was one white shirt and one blue shirt before. And Roman was still wearing a blue shirt. If that's so... Oh, what was that again? A blue shirt and a pair of pants. Strange was one white shirt and one blue shirt before. And Roman was still wearing a blue shirt. If that's so, then there's a shirt that's missing. Okay, maybe now I can go back. Oh my god. Oh, okay. The door to Roman's room was not opened by violence, and the lock was just opened by Zarzan. How many clues do you want me to go? Oh my god. Alright, well, give me a hint. He's not gonna give me a hint. I talked to Heron and everything. Okay, well, I can't click there. I don't know what evidence this wants me to collect. Or just go in the corridor, maybe? Solar stays in this suite. Solar does not seem interested in staying inside. What's this one? Okay, well, that's weird. Room on the right. I don't know what kind of evidence it wants me to get. Anzok sleeps here. I can even see the imprint left by his body. Thrivey sleeps here. Room keys hanging over the bed. Zarzan hangs the keys of available rooms here. But only Zarzan has the cellar key, and it's not on the keychain. There are 4 keys here now. Kane, Sean, Ionis, and Vincel were the original owners. Okay. Maybe that's what I needed. Oh my goodness. I did. Well, I already talked to damn Vincel, okay? And he didn't want to talk to me. What did you do last night? Well, we already did all this. Vincel sleeps here now. Nothing has changed in the cellar. I best check elsewhere. Okay, well, that's the second time I've talked to him then. Oh, he wants me to go to Vincel's room. I see. The travel chest is filled with spices and cloth samples. I opened Vincel's drawer, which contained spice samples, a wallet, and a pair of gloves. I searched for the glove and felt the texture with the pads of my paw. This texture, I remember it. Go to Rimph and meet the boss at White Star Tavern in the suburb. It's very close to St. Isaac's Cathedral and the monastery. And remember, not a word about this to anyone. I tapped on the table with my knuckles to show acceptance and spread my palms. A gloved left hand stretched out from behind the curtain and 5 silver coins dropped into my paw pad. When the hand was withdrawn, I happened to brush by it with my fingertips. The abbot has been long gone now, but the priest should still be alive. He's a hyena. The name, I forget. The texture of that glove felt the same as this pair of gloves. I guess she's just taking the opportunity to investigate old Vincel. Your gloves. Is there something the matter with the ones on my hands? I mean the other pair in your drawer. You've searched for my drawer? Vincel wriggled in his chair violently. For a moment, I thought he might loosen the ropes until he gave up. So, do you have anything to say? He neither shook nor nodded his head, opting instead to glower at me. Alright, now maybe. Maybe. Yeah! A ham knife was stabbed into his chest. I looked close, trying to find anything left behind by the murderer. I see no fur or paw prints on the knife. Bloody footprints extend to the door. Blood spilled all over the nightstand and the ground. Blood sprayed on the wall. From the shape of the bloodstains, Peter began to spurt blood while he was lying there. I opened the nightstand. A room key is still inside. It must belong to Peter. The windows are tightly closed. Although everyone knew last night, it is feasible to enter the room from here. At least the killer did not leave via the window. Body status. Is there any progress on the autopsy? Everything's ready for my report. Okay. I guess maybe that means I have not done everything then in this room. Searched all other places, but I'm going to focus on the crime scene from now on. His expression still looks relaxed, like he just fell asleep, if you ignore the blood, wound, and the knife. I have prepared an autopsy file for you. Ask me if you don't understand something. Thanks. Oh, okay, there we go. I think the evidence I have is now enough to start the trial. Do you wish to call everyone here to start the trial? I think I have everything. I think the evidence should be sufficient for now. Now to complete the puzzle. I'm gonna do this Roman's way, so I can and get that judge reference. I have to not only do the Romans method, but I also have to do the 2 choices that are not correct answers. So. Okay. After a thorough search, I asked everyone to come to the hall for trial. You seem a little nervous. Oh, do I? You're crumpling the hem of your dress. So I am. First time adjudicating? It doesn't matter, because the great Aunt Zux is here to help. I doubt I will get help from someone like you. Thank you. Let's start with the simplest. Don't mind me. Roman spoke habitually, but then remembered the situation and covered his mouth. Very well, let us rule out the simplest case first. Peter was. It's quite obvious this time, that much is clear. You got it right, for once. Peter should not be able to stab himself so many times, then peacefully cover himself with a quilt as he took his final breath. Peter couldn't do this, but someone could have done it for him. Are you suggesting? Let us assume, for the sake of argument, that Peter committed suicide. The scene could have been arranged by someone like this. Peter was not murdered, it was suicide. Peter stabbed himself with the ham knife from the kitchen into his heart first, then pulled out the knife, fell on the bed, and died. Sometime later, another person entered the scene and arranged Peter's body on the bed and then covered it with the quilt so that he looked like he was still sleeping. Then they inserted the knife back in, causing multiple wounds. The one who did it is so because they wanted to frame Roman for Peter's death. Why did he commit suicide while sitting on the bed? Would it not be better if he laid down and did that? If he wanted to stab the knife into his body, sitting would definitely be more convenient. If you lie down and try to stab down, it'd be difficult to push hard. He probably wouldn't be able to get a deep enough puncture. Fascinating. Perhaps it might be more convincing if you would provide a quick personal demonstration. No! What if the knife was pulled out after he fell to the bed? Isn't that harder to do? The knife would sink in deeper if he had fallen on his back. Reasonable, but not quite convincing. Why was he stabbed so many times? To make it more like a murder? Only to frame Roman. Why did he do so? I don't know. Maybe they had some kind of blood feud. Or maybe he just hated Roman that much. Talk about leaping to conclusions. Once more, from the top, please. What do you mean? I mean for you to repeat your testimony. Peter was not murdered. It was suicide. He stabbed himself while seated on the edge of the bed to make a wound deep enough to be fatal. And then he pulled out the knife because it would be hard to pull out the knife if he fell down on the bed first, then collapsed. Sometime later, another person entered the scene and arranged Peter's body on the bed and covered it with a quilt so that he looked like he was still sleeping. Then in order to make it look worse, they stabbed the body again, leaving more wounds. Someone here hates Roman, so they wanted to frame Roman for Peter's death. So you think Peter was seated on the edge of the bed with his chest spraying blood everywhere? That's right. Then it seems to contradict the evidence. What? I think it's blood on the scene. Yep, it's blood on the scene. We're checking. The blood. The blood covered the whole room. Which spot do you mean? Well, if he was sitting on the edge of the bed, he wouldn't be able to get it from behind. The stains on the wall. Huh? You can easily follow directions where they came from. If you trace the patterns back to their origin, you can see they come from under the pillow, which means the blood spurted onto the wall when Peter was lying in the bed. If Peter killed himself, as you said, then the blood spray would be impossible. That is to say, Peter was killed by someone when he was lying in bed. If it was a murder, then the prime suspect is... Hold it! Anzoc winked and gestured toward me while making a psst noise. If you keep going, won't Roman become the... I glared back at him. We can bypass the ruling out of suspects and move straight to the prime suspect. The prime suspect for now should be... It's obviously Roman. I'm sorry, Roman is still the most suspicious one. While this is hardly a professional opinion, I must state that there is an excess of evidence pointing to Roman being the killer. First, the bloody shirt. The fact that you insisted on being the night watchman last night, which would give you the opportunity. And the footprints leading from the crime scene to where you were found asleep. Honestly, anyone would think I'm the killer. But I'm not! I know I don't have any proof, but you have to believe me. At first, let us hear your statement. Alright. Yesterday, I had to keep watch at night in the lobby. Due to my heavy cold, I was asleep. When I woke up, you already know the rest. I've been on the ground floor for the whole night, and I never went upstairs last night. What do you mean by had to? I mean, I didn't want to do it at first, but I felt like it was necessary. You still have a cold? It takes some time to recover from a cold, even a mild one. It's pretty normal to feel exhausted while ill, which is exactly why I assert Roman shouldn't have been the night watchman. Very well. How could you even fall asleep? Admittedly, I'm hardly one to talk about falling asleep at inopportune times. It's common to feel exhausted with the cold, which is exactly why I assert Roman shouldn't have been in the night watchman. Very well. How do you explain the footprints leading to you if you never went upstairs? They're obviously planted. If I actually committed the crime, I wouldn't have been so careless. Perhaps you deliberately chose not to clean up the crime scene. That's way too far-fetched. I want to hear your testimony again. Fine. Although I wasn't exactly willing to serve the watchman last night, I still agreed in the end. I've suffered from the cold for recent days, feeling exhausted. I dozed off. When I woke up, you already know the rest. Seriously, I never went upstairs during the watch. Someone was obviously trying to frame me by making those footprints. Hold on. What's wrong? Something feels off about one of your testimonies. This one, I think. Let me think again. Never mind. Okay, it wasn't that one. Maybe it's Solar's testimony. If I remember correctly, you insisted to hold the post of watchman yourself last night. You could have easily refused due to your illness, but you still agreed to it. Can you tell us what your reason is? It's only because I couldn't stop everything that happened during the past few days. I only did this because I was feeling guilty. But there's so much evidence. Elegant, what do you think happened? All right. The weapon. First things first, the weapon. What is the weapon? The ham knife. The murder is blatantly showing us that the weapon is the missing ham knife from the kitchen. This is how the puzzle fits together. Oh god, I hate this one. Okay. This is how it happened. The murderer is Roman. As much as I do not want to admit it, as far as I can tell, the murderer has to be Roman. Alas. About the motive, what motivation did Roman have to kill Peter? Roman and Peter had an argument. Do I really seem that mean? So this is how the case goes. Hold on. Case playback. When everyone was asleep, you went into the kitchen and took the ham knife. Then you went upstairs silently. You went back to your room first and took a shirt with you to block the spurting blood. Then you opened the door of Peter's room and stabbed Peter to death in his sleep. Then you took off your shirt and went downstairs and threw it into the fire when you were in the hall, but unfortunately it did not burn completely. You fell asleep before you were able to clear away the footprints. Is that so? No, something is clearly wrong. What is it? Hold on, let me think. It's you. You did it. I didn't want to believe you could do something like that, but now I have to admit that I was wrong to believe in you. No. Don't come any closer. I can't believe it. Is Roman really the culprit based solely on the evidence available? It can only be him. Wait, no, I must have missed something. I may not have figured it out yet, but I know the puzzle is not yet complete. I need to stop them before it's too late. Wait, I still have a few questions. What? But your summarization pretty much locked everything down. Ah, there it is. The piece I was missing. Thank you, Anzox. What did I miss? It's Peter's door. The keys. What? What? On the first day of the tavern, Sarzan said this. How many keys does each guest room have? 2. One set is for guests. If the room is empty, I hang it by my bedside in the attic. In other words, the night the crime happened, only Sarzan and Peter had a key to that room. Moreover, the door to the room was locked this morning. If his habits remain consistent, Peter must have locked his door well before the incident took place. Therefore, the murderer must have somehow obtained the key. First, I need to be sure which key the murderer got. The key the murderer got was... What was the key? It would have been Sarzan's key, because, like, Peter's key, I guess, was in there. The one Sarzan had. What? That's impossible. My keys are all accounted for, and I haven't let them out of my sight. Sarzan took the keychain from his waist and counted the keys one by one. See? Front door key, the cellar key, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, the 8th key. Where? It can't be. Sarzan carried the keychain round and shakily recounted the keys. I'm missing a key. Now that we know which key the murderer has stolen, we should figure out when the key was stolen. Well, I'm sure it would have been day 4. The murderer stole the key from Zarzan on the 26th. Boxing Day. I don't remember losing a key on that day. Oh, wait a minute. I guess maybe... Well, it says that day. The murderer stole the key from Zarzan on the 25th. Christmas Day, let me think. On that day when I went down to the cellar... That's weird. What is? I remember leaving my keychain on the counter, but now I can't find it. Maybe you put it somewhere else. Maybe. I'll keep looking. But after a while, I found it on the counter again, so I didn't think much about it. Did you recount the keys when you found the keychain again? I didn't think it was such a big deal at the time. Why would I have thought of counting it again? Since then, were the keys always with you? There's one more. My key is locked inside my room. The keychain is pinned to my waist. Take it yourself and return it afterwards. Okay. Wait, the door's open again. I didn't dare take them off because of the 2 murders that happened. There you have it. The murderer stole the key from Zarzan on the 25th. If Roman isn't the murderer, then who opened Roman's room? That was simple. How did he get Roman's key? I think it's because Roman's fell asleep. Roman's testify mentioned one thing which made me very concerned. Roman's key moved. Roman said that his key was originally in the right-hand pocket of his coat, but when he woke up, the key was in the left-hand pocket. In other words, someone took the key while he was sleeping. In short, the killer had to have access to the keys to both rooms. But like you said, Roman could have had access to both keys. True, Roman has not escaped suspicion, but now we have 2 possible suspects. When you lost your keys, they all happened to be in the same general area at that time. One was Roman, the other one was... Who was the second one? Vincent. Peter. Poor Peter. It was Vincent. I locked him in the cellar. That's impossible. Besides Heron was the last one to take the keys, that is for sure. But come to think of it, he failed to use that key then. My key is locked inside my room. The keychain is pinned to my waist. Take it yourself and return it afterwards. Okay. Wait, the door's open again. No, it was entirely possible because you had not locked the cellar. What? Did you forget? Hmm. Okay, which Zarzan's testimony? Although you had the key to the trapdoor of the cellar, when you testified today, you said this. Every guest's room was locked. This, I really forgot it. In other words, Vincent could have escaped from the cellar. I don't believe it. I did not mean to accuse you of anything, but Vincent can easily open the cellar door and come out. He wouldn't be able to break the rope or untie my knots. He couldn't even free himself from the bondage, much less steal my keys or kill someone. Vincent was indeed tied up in the cellar today. Only one lay left. I would like to confront Vincent face to face. We have discussed enough. Okay, I'll go fetch him then. Zarzan took a step toward the counter, ready to squeeze through. Wait a minute. Huh? Do not bring him up here. How can he give testimony if he doesn't come upstairs? We go downstairs to ask him. Eh? What's the difference? Just go down there. I came to ask what you did last night. Did you notice anything wrong? How could I know? Talk. I was here the whole evening doing nothing but sleep. That's all. Nothing else? Nothing else. You gotta find a way to let him speak. Elegant! What? Over here! Is that? I found the key! Where? Behind the barrel here. I've got it. And I discovered something else, though I don't know what it could mean. What discovery? When the cellar was first built, the iron chain on the barrel rack was handed over to the blacksmith's apprentice for practice. That apprentice was a few sandwiches short of a picnic. The chain he made was hinged without grinding it smooth. Every time I touched it, I scratched my scales. Over time, I tried to avoid it and not touch the chain, so it developed a layer of rust. So what? I just glanced and I picked up the key and saw that there was a lot less rust on the chain than usual. So what happened? Normally it would take a more deceitful approach to make Vincent talk. But Roman, I doubt he would accept anything other than logic and facts to solve the case. The last thing he needs is more stress. Oh, we're gonna save here, because this is where paths diverge. How should I do this? Do it my way or Roman's way? Roman's way, so I can get that one. I should use the method Roman likes most to get the information from him. Fair and direct questioning. Peter was murdered, and now you are a suspect. Go upstairs. Peter, my good feline! How could I have done it? Vincent twisted erratically as Zarzan carried him upstairs. By the way, I already know why you're not willing to disclose the motive behind the attack on Anzox. He was aiming at someone else. Your target was not, in fact, Anzox. In both cases, one person was involved. That person is Heron. Peter was killed because he and Heron had exchanged rooms without your knowledge. Anzox was injured by your sabotage on Christmas Eve because Heron asked him to get his belongings. In both incidents, Heron was the one who could have been the victim, but what happened to escape by accident. Logically speaking, if the real target of both cases was Heron and the killer was you, then your refusal to disclose the motive to hurt Anzox suddenly makes sense. Because you never intended to hurt Anzox at all, because that would attract the attention of your real target, Heron. Exchanged rooms! They exchanged their rooms in private. Anyone would have made that mistake. Unfortunately, this was not done in private. Because they did it in public. Where's that? Where's that? At that time, they were talking openly about exchanging rooms in the lobby, so it was impossible that no one heard it. No, just let this go. Heron and I didn't even know each other. I thought you knew each other. Why did Vincent know Heron? Vincel's gloves, I think. The pair of gloves in your room drawer reminded me of something. When I received the task of investigating the Cathedral of St. Isaac while in LA, I accidentally touched the gloves that my client was wearing. They feel exactly the same as your gloves, and your store is in the same town. You expect me to believe this is a coincidence? I did commission someone to investigate something, but it has nothing to do with this. Really? Sure. A wicked smile flashed across Vincel's lips. Think carefully, my dear feline. Do you really want to go down this road? You know what will happen if you break a confidential contract, don't you? Now I understand why detectives refuse to involve themselves with criminals. If I revealed that Vincel was my client, I would be in breach of a confidential contract. That meant no money. And I already spent my advance on this ridiculous outfit. But if I give up here, Roman will. We're going to give up accusing because it's a mistake. I made a mistake. It is irrelevant. Is that all? My requested job is, what was I hired to do? Although my goal was always my money, but I still refused to give up on this gray wolf. What I was hired to do was investigate the events in the Cathedral of St. Isaac. And Hera is from Diocese, who should have been present 12 years ago, correct? Ah, it's true. In this way, we have enough reason to suspect that you were motivated to harm Heron. Vincel stared at me, then snarled as his bound body leaned forward. Now back to the case. You once again missed your actual target because Peter and Heron switched rooms. Because you had no idea in the exchange, you went straight to the room Heron had been staying in, unaware that the person inside was actually Peter. After that, you took it for granted that you killed Heron, not Peter, which is why you have the key to the room Peter was in. Shut up! As splendid as that long lecture of yours was, aren't you ignoring the most fundamental problem? What? Tarzan has completely tied my hands. I had not expected him to be that quick. I had hoped my momentum would force a confession. What? Do you think there's a way I could kill someone with my hands tied behind my back? I almost have him. Focus, Elegant. It's not as if you can pick up a knife with your hands tied behind you. Is gibbering the best you can manage? That was too far-fetched, but I cannot think of any other explanation. Hold it! Eh? Since there is no way he could commit murder if he's tied up, why not assume he wasn't tied up when he did it? It hardly seems easy to untie, but wait, I think I understand. You want me not to consider the situation of being tied up but still be able to commit murder, but consider he was not tied up when he did it. That is to say, what did the killer use to break the rope? He used the chain. Tarzan just mentioned that the iron chain in the cellar is very sharp. Also, the rust on the chain has been rubbed off by something. So, Vincel rubbed off the rope. Vincel used the sharp chain to break the rope. But Vincel's still tied up right now. How do you explain that? That's because... I think he tied up the disconnected rope. I don't want to make a mistake. Grasp. He has it in his hands. After Vincel broke the rope and did the deed, he went back to the cellar and made himself look like he was still tied up. Make himself... Can you do that? Easily. You see, Vincel did not need to really tie himself up again. The broken ends of the rope were not reconnected, which made it easier for Vincel to feign capture. You see the broken ends of the rope currently in Vincel's hands. As long as you hold the rope heads firmly, you can fix the shape of the rope around you and give the illusion that it is secure. What? How could such an absurd thing be true? If you disagree, all you have to do is open your hands. Spenfully played. Vincel shook his head and relaxed his arms. The rope fell loose and coiled around Vincel's feet like a dead snake. I give up. Finally. Then let us puzzle to the right. There is no doubt that the weapon is still the ham knife. And now to complete this puzzle. This is the true sequence of events. The murderer is... It's Vincel again. The murderer is no one but Vincel. The motivation is much clearer than before. The motivation was his hatred for Heron, although he missed the correct target twice. I wanted to point out that the connections between the familiar gloves, St. Isaac's Cathedral, the Noble Brothers, and the monks, and the relation between Vincel and Heron. But if I do so, my identity will be exposed. This is how things played out. Case replay. Vincel has been waiting for revenge after injuring Anzox by mistake and being tied up in the cellar. During this period, he did two things. First, he never mentioned his motive for hurting Anzox. Second, he broke the rope using the cellar chain, then rebound himself and held the ends in his hands to make it look like he was still secured. In the middle of the night, Vincel quietly opened the cellar door and snuck into the hall, where he saw Roman, who was asleep. Seeing Roman asleep, he took off his shoes and put them on his own feet. Then, Vincel stole his room key. Then he went to the kitchen and took the ham knife. Then Vincel went upstairs with the knife and stole one of the shirts Roman had brought with him before putting his real plan into motion. Vincel opened the door with the key he had hidden in advance on the 24th. That was the key to the room Heron had been sleeping in, but the person he killed was actually Peter. Vincel took his shirt to prevent blood from splashing, killed Peter with the ham knife. Then Vincel went downstairs in bloody boots. As he passed the fireplace, he threw his shirt into it, redressed himself, then walked to Roman and stuck the bloody boots into his feet so that the tracks would lead to him. Thinking his mission accomplished, Vincel went back to the cellar, tied himself up, and waited for the outcome to play out. In the end, I couldn't finish it. Well, since you're about to execute me, I might as well explain why I wanted to kill that obnoxious hyena. Your reason is better be good, or I'll make sure your death is long and slow. All of you have heard the construction accident at the Cathedral of St. Isaac, right? It was said that the Noble Brothers who oversaw the project used inferior materials to build the church and enrich themselves and were buried in the collapse as punishment for their greed, yes? Could it be? In fact, one of the two brothers survived and was found guilty of malfeasance. He lost his title and his property and had the end of his right pinky cut off. Vincel pulled off the glove of his right hand, exposing a greatly shortened little finger. He left the Rimp, changing his identity, and set about rebuilding himself as a merchant in a small town called Alet. But all this time he never forgot what happened, and when the time was right, decided to take revenge on the abbot and the friar who falsely accused and framed him. Falsely accused? Framed? How could you? Even before the building of the cathedral, the amount was being tied to the nearby churches were curiously low compared to the attendance numbers. It was thought that the Cathedral of St. Isaac would be able to fill both a spiritual and financial gap. My brother and I believed and trusted the abbots, at least until the stone pillar snapped and collapsed on us. Vincel wiped his eyes and raised his head again. But since it's pretty clear God doesn't want me to take revenge, I really have no other choice. Vincel shook his glove, and into the small bottle tumbled out from where his right pinky was and fell into his hand. He pulled the stopper free in his teeth and spat it out, and downed the contents in one gulp. Wait! You should rejoice! This is only enough for one person. Vincel collapsed against the counter. The bottle rolled on the carpet and stopped, and a mixed scent of bitter almonds and apple filled the air. Thrivey approached, checked his pulse, and shook his head. Tarzan hesitated for a while, and then stepped forward and hoisted the corpse up by his armpits and began dragging it to the door of the pub. Wait, let me pray for him first. Okay, Elegant and Roman, please give me a hand down here. Everyone else go upstairs and rest. It's so early, and I think everyone is tired. It's finally over. Thank you, Elegant. It'd have been my neck of noose if you hadn't trusted me. Heh, they would not be so quick to thank me. I was almost convinced myself. Well, at least I figured one thing out. What? The person who hired you to investigate the collapse of the cathedral with St. Isaac was Vincel, wasn't it? I believe it is. He also came from Outlet Town. He was directly related to that matter. Even the material of his gloves was the same as what my client wore. Then your reward? It matters little. I have yet to start the investigation, so it is a mere loss. A mere massive loss. I paid through the nose for a disguise I can no longer use. But something bothers me. Why did Vincel not notice it was Peter in the bed and not Heron? Huh? Vincel is a lynx, so he should have had excellent night vision. Well, could he see clearly in the cellar? He seemed... This may sound strange, but it seemed he failed to recognize me several times. But he didn't have any problem in the hall. Nyctalopia. Nyctalopia? A type of vision deficiency. If you don't eat viscera or carrots for a long time, your night vision will gradually weaken. Although I didn't exactly catalog Vincel's eating habits, I think it may be a best possible explanation for now. It seems that may be, when Zarzan cooked carrot stew, Vincel refused to touch it at all. Well, I think I'll make my way upstairs then. Ivy squatted and hauled the rope down to lower the ladder. Speaking of strange things... The ladder didn't make a sound. When was the ladder fixed? It seems that Zarzan was angry with the noise, so I believe he kicked it out of frustration and accidentally fixed it. Though admittedly, fixing it by kicking does sound a little weird. Well, if it's alright with you, I'd like to go collapse in my room. Mind if we talk later? Very well. Good morning, then. Good. Roman unlocked his door and stepped inside. Then, that testimony, could we go over it? Sure. I should probably rest, too. I fell into my bed and tried to relax, trying not to think about the massive fee that had just evaporated. When I regained consciousness, the first thing that hit me was pain. Indescribable pain. The once splendid stones and slates pressed down on my chest and stomach. It was like trying to breathe through a thick layer of cowhide covering my mouth and nose. I could breathe out, but not in. Brando. Brando! Are you okay? My brother reached out for me with trembling hands, and I could smell the blood in the narrow space. Brando! Please, live on. Remember to... For me. Don't say that. Hold on. Someone will find us. I don't know what his last thoughts were, but I'd like to think they were this. Avenge me. There we go. We got it. Sono Chino Sadame. I don't have that sound. Dang it. I don't have that sound. But I got it. I got it. Day 5, 27th of December, 1285. Even though I slept all night and just took a nap, I feel so drowsy. Interesting. Okay. But fortunately, I think my nose is clearing up. Maybe I can smell something now. I got up, my entire body felt sore and stiff all over. I'll just go downstairs anyway. The smell of stewed meat filled the corridor. Probably best not to think about what kind of meat it is. You finally woke up. Seeing me come downstairs, Zarzan picked up a tray and came to me. Look, I'm sorry for suspecting you. I apologize for that. He took the soup bowl from the tray and set it before me. Bon appetit! The stewed meat in the bowl was piled up like a hill, higher than the edges of the bowl. Even the soup looked ready to spill over the edge. If nothing else, Zarzan's apology was straightforward. But now there's less mouths to feed, too. Although I'm pretty sure I saw his thumb dip into the soup when he passed it to me. I took a spoon and shoveled some soft, overcooked meat straight into my mouth. Seems that the snow kept the horse meat cold enough to store, which might have explained why it still tasted fresh. It's not exactly good, but it's better than nothing. I'm tempted to take another nap after eating, but there's more important things to do than sleep. Seems the elegant job was directly to Vincel's motive for committing the crime. I need to ask her about that and thank her for saving me as well. As for Vincel's true target, who was Vincel's true target? It was obviously Heron. Vincel's true target must have been Heron. I should ask her face to face when I have time. I sat opposite from Elegant, and her tail seemed to swirl under her robe. So, one quick question. Speak. This job of yours, I see no need to continue. You already knew the truth? I know enough, although it may have been more to do with the fact that my client is dead and I will not be paid a single coin. Sorry to hear that. Maybe I can make it up for you? Spare me. I know your pockets are empty. At this point, a nice hot meal will do. I can afford that. Something other than horse meat. Right now, I'm rather deep in the red. Of course. I can't believe Vincel was one of the Noble brothers. Maybe it was fate, or coincidence, or just bad luck. But it would be hard to convince others with just his glove and his lost little finger. Starting from scratch in an unfamiliar city, I must admit that is actually quite impressive. But I can certainly distinguish different spices since he was once a noble. I can't believe someone as clever as him killed 2 innocent people and still missed his target. Not everyone has a talent for the art of murder. So the friar Vincel mentioned really is Heron. Maybe you should ask him yourself? And, what now? Thank you for believing me. Would I not? I would not thank me for that. I actually hesitated. Look, talk to Thrivey. I sat by Thrivey, who was still reading his giant book. Do you think Heron is the friar who framed Vincel and his brother? Should be. You already have the answer, right? Do you think he'll be back to take his revenge? Huh? Isn't he dead? Thrivey nodded. Didn't expect you to believe in ghosts. At this point, anything seems possible, even the impossible. What about Vincel's nyctalopia? Could you explain that to me? It's mostly conjecture. If he really was night blind, then he must have been a picky eater for a long time. Not eating guts for only a few days won't weaken your eyesight. What exactly was that poison he drank? Judging from its smell, it was like apple seed extract and a bit of juice, with maybe some flaxseed as well. How could apples be poisonous? If they are, why would anyone drink cider? Apples themselves are not, but their seeds are. If you collect enough seeds, you can extract a strong poison from them. It's called cyanide. I'm doomed. I've chewed a lot of apple seeds. Aren't they too bitter to chew? I'm too lazy to spit them out. Anzox is busy washing dishes in the kitchen. He's clearly not good at this, yet he's not bad enough to break plates. Anzox? Hold on. He rubbed off some soup in the plate with a soft paw pad, dipped it into the water, then rubbed his claws on the trousers. Thank God I never touched his pants. So what's up? Why are you doing this? Sarzen said he needed a break. He must be utterly exhausted by all these incidents. Anzox put the bowls and plates aside, grabbed a chunk of meat, and began to cut at it. I can't believe Zarzen trusts you enough to cook in his kitchen. Even Kane wasn't allowed in here most of the time. It's less a matter of trust and more than I volunteered. He's just tired. Anzox trimmed the fat on the meat, then cut the rest into small pieces and threw them into the stew pot. Do you cook often? I have to say, you look like you know your way around the kitchen. Never in White Star, but other tavern keepers sometimes ask me to do chores when I can't sing for my supper. Don't expect much, though. All of my dinners have such underwhelming expectations that I may have found a new calling. Your hands aren't shaking anymore. I hope you're fully recovered. I do hope so, though lately I've had a few odd dreams. Not that I'm complaining, my dreams are far better than the stories I made up when I'm awake. Does writing down your dreams count as stealing your own work? So do you think Heron really is the friar Vincel mentioned? I'm not so sure, but if he is the one who ruined Vincel's life, then I'm gonna smash his head in with my loot. Hey, that's a little extreme. He looks like he's going to cook for some meat for dinner tonight. Zarzen must really be tired. He'd never allow Anzox in his kitchen unless he was desperate. No one's in the attic. It's rather quiet in the corridor. Heron was kneeling by the window with an O cross, muttering something fervently. Oh, Father, was formed in evil and in sin, and my mother did give me birth. I confess my sins on my hands, feet, tongue, eyes, and thoughts to you and your angels. May your punishment, I'd better wait for him. Our Father, grant me mercy upon my soul, for my body has sinned. Our Father, give you mercy. Knock, knock. Sorry for bothering you. Detective, I didn't see you there. Sorry. Heron turned his head toward me. The fur at the corner of his eyes was streaked down his cheeks. My sins are unforgivable. I guess he really is penitent. But I have paid for my crimes. Paid? Did somebody smash your head in with the loot? I have resolved to pray more devoutly in order to make good the sins of my youth to God. What about your sins toward the others? God will ease their misfortune and salve their wounds. That's not what you said when you exchanged rooms with Peter. This is different. I can do good works with the teachings of God, but I see now that I don't have the power to carry out his ineffable plan. So what are you going to do then? Keep praying and hope a miracle happens? I will keep praying, and when it is time, God will grant me a revelation. Which is a fine way of saying do nothing useful. Tarzan leaned on the barrel with a half cup of cider in his hands. This is the first time I'm seeing him drinking. Huh? Why'd you come down here? I didn't expect to be this hazy from the first cup. That explains why he never drinks. Anzock's cooking. Seriously? He's better than you. It's a tough job. I cook for myself all the time. Pup, it's not cooking if you only cook for yourself. Will you still keep this tavern open after everything's over? I don't know. What? No way you're telling me that you quit. Where would I find cider as good as yours? If I can live till the snow stops, I'm pretty sure only a lunatic would pick you as a target. How long will this snow keep falling? We're running out of water. Thank God we have some clean snow, so that'll help. It snowed all 4 days. It must have an end. For a while there, I thought you would execute me. What are you talking about? How would I ever think of you as a murderer? Okay, maybe I did, just for a second. The light died down outside the window, and flames danced on the pine logs in the fireplace. The smell of stewed meat from the kitchen is making me feel hungry. Anzox's cooking skills are better than I thought. Ready for dinner. I sat at the table next to the fireplace. Bon appetit! Anzox put the bowl on the table with his lute in another hand. Why are you still holding your lute? Would you care for some music during dinner? I think I'll pass. Anzox's stew is actually not bad. Even Zarzan came out of the cellar and ate some. Then again, he could just be too drunk to care. Dinner just peacefully passed, and Zarzan began to sober up. Oh, I didn't expect my cider to be so strong. Just a single cup almost knocked me over. I think it's all about your tolerance level. So that's why I never saw you drink. You're a lightweight. I'm not. And here I thought a mighty specimen could handle a teensy bit of cider. One more word out of you and I'll start charging for your bed. Please no have mercy. Wait, how do you test the quality if you don't drink it? That's what you guys are for. Huh? Oh. So every winter you give us free cider. You're doing experiments on us. I get some knowledgeable drunkards to test my cider and you get free cider. It's a win-win. So do we still need a watchman tonight, or should we just... I'd better not mention it since I'm the one who fell asleep during my watch. I'll do it. Heron, who had kept silent the whole meal, suddenly interrupted me. I'm going to prove that no matter what I was before, I've changed. That I now walk the right path under the guidance of God. But it may be the paranoia talking, but I couldn't help but consider the possibility that Heron might slaughter us all when we slept. Anzox twitched. Seems like I wasn't the only person thinking that. Thank you, I know it's not exactly easy. I was intending to be the watchman, but I'm afraid at this point I'd fall asleep. I thought Zarzan just glanced at me. Thanks, I hope you can all trust me, for although I was tempted by the devil a long time ago, I have ridded myself of sin with God's guidance. Oops. Ivy got up in a hurry and rescued his book from a split cider. The overturned cup rolled in a smooth arc across the table, causing cider to drip down the edge of the table. Blast it all! Sorry for interrupting. I have to deal with this. Ivy quickly ran upstairs with a cup of water. He even tried to take the steps 2 or 3 at a time, but stumbled instead. Such a precious manuscript. It seems the good doctor is rather unlucky. More than just him, it seems. Everyone in this tavern has incurred bad luck these days. Yeah. Zarzan hung his head and rested his elbow on the table, his claws on his snout. The snowfall seems to be lighter now, maybe by morning. Don't say it. Such things won't come true if you speak them aloud. All right. I didn't expect Solar to believe that kind of stuff. I had a secret friend once. She taught me many things like this. Secret friend? It was in my childhood. Once a month, Father used to give me a basket of flowers, which he had collected from his garden and sent me to sell them at the market. Once I was selling pomegranate flowers to an alchemist who sold love potions at the fair. She bought a handful of flowers, and I passed them to her daughter. That's how we met each other. Since then, I went to find her every fair day. And on those days, I would show her what I learned in my etiquette classes, and she would teach me things. How to make some simple potions, how to avoid bad luck, and the creation of charms. You know, Cain would have gotten along well with Solar if only he became their cook. Then I learned that her mother was burnt as a witch, and so was she. Zarzan's head had slid from its spot, and he had begun soaring softly. Oh dear. It seems even he has his limits. Elegant got up and walked past Zarzan. She paused and gently touched his shoulder, but continued on without waking him. I think I'll go back to my room and get some sleep. Good night, everyone. Are you following me? Is there something you want to talk about in private? Well, I just wanted to get your opinion before I went to bed. Will it happen again among the rest of us? According to what information I have collected, the rest of the Largers were total strangers before they came here. Zarzan and Anzox knew each other a long time ago, but they've never had problems before. So there should be no further problems, though maybe you should be careful. What? No such thing as too much caution if you have dirt on someone. Do you mean? Elegant glanced at the staircase, then rose up on her toes and whispered to my ear. Hold on, not that one. I'm half deaf, remember? Sorry, my mistake. I turned around and listened to her whisper with the other ear. Heron. Seriously? He swore he's repented. Just as I believe, Lunik swore he would be faithful to Solar at their wedding. And all those who offer to keep vigil at night these days tend to, well, no offense. Good point. Well, then I wish you good night, Roman. Good night, Elegant. I locked the door and bolted the window. Like Elegant said, no such thing as too much caution. Maybe tonight I can sleep peacefully. Joke's on you. I couldn't be more familiar with the taste of snow, a salty taste like rusted iron, crueling, overwhelming all taste. From the first snow of winter to the last one in spring, I won't miss any of them. Oh, you think you're tough? Come on, get up. Is this all you got? Did you break your leg or something? Move, you idiot. Oh shit, it's really broken. Stop standing there like an idiot. Run. But what about him? Are we just gonna leave him here? We don't have time. Just go. That day, there was a heavy snow as well. That day, he was there as well. Day 6, 28th of December, 1285. I was awoken by a loud, heavy pounding on my door. Roman! What Zarzan grabbed my wrist as I opened the door and dragged me downstairs without a word. Hold on. What happened? The lobby was filled with the scent of booze, and a dozen or so empty cups were piled on the counter. Heron was bent over the counter with half a cup of cider in his hand. Is he drunk? Just as I was about to condemn Heron for drowning himself in cider and abandoning his duty, a familiar smell, just barely masked by the alcohol, caught my attention. Blood. Heron's pupils were empty and enormously dilated. The silver O-cross was stained with dark red spots. The back of Heron's head was black, not from black-colored fur, but dark, congealed blood. The smell of blood and cider filled the air of the hall like it was trying to seep into the carpet and the bricks of the walls. Heron. It had to happen eventually. Eventually? He escaped from Vincel twice, but I guess the third time's the charm. Don't blame this on a ghost. Look at how many people are still left in my tavern. Only 6. And one of these 6 only lives because we can't touch her. No matter who the murderer is, I can't take this anymore. But stop investigating. I'm so tired of people dying. Besides, Heron wasn't exactly innocent. Alright, we're gonna save here because there is an achievement for doing this. Okay, we're gonna give up searching. Thank you. But I'm still curious. About what? Why don't you want me to investigate this? It piss you off if I tell you. Come on. Why do you think I wanted you to investigate the first time? You think I care about the truth? You don't? I just wanted to calm the other lodgers down. If they know there was a murderer hiding amongst us and we did nothing, everyone would have panicked. So I needed you to find the murderer to make everyone settle down, but you know what happened after that. We're the only survivors now. If everyone knew, yet another murderer happened. So that's it. I get it. Thanks. Tarzan and I slowly lifted Heron's body from the counter and dragged him out the door. Help me clean the counter and I'll go upstairs to lock up. I'll deliver meals to his room regularly until the snow stops. After we send everyone away, we'll go to the court and explain everything. Yeah. The second day, the snow finally stopped. Tarzan pushed open the window, snow-blocked door, and we finally got to leave. I went to the judiciary with Tarzan. We spent a few days testifying, then I went back to my office. When I climbed up the stairs to my agency, I froze at the door at what I saw. Not expecting any visitors, I see. How did you find my office? I am a professional woman. Besides, where else would I wait for you so you could fulfill your promise? At least wait till I earn some money. Oh, I fear your money troubles are over for a while. After solving the White Star Tavern case, there will be tons of clients ready to commission you, Detective Rowan. Meanwhile, I nobly sacrificed my financial future to save you from certain... All right, I get it. Don't worry, I'll make sure to pay you back. Then perhaps I should stay here a while I wait for that payment. Just to keep an eye on you, you know? Well, only if you don't mind the mess. By the way, Thrivey said thanks. About what? He failed to elaborate, but I think we both know. I should be thanking him instead. The White Star Tavern became unbelievably popular after the incident. Some come to visit the famous homicide scene or spend the night in one of the rooms. Though unwilling, Tarzan still rents the rooms to those customers in exchange for a tripled room fee. His only request is that all lodgers must leave a white flower on the nightstand before leaving the room. Anzox was asked to stay at the White Star permanently to help Zarzan deal with the guests. No one entering the kitchen, though. His unfinished story remains unfinished, mostly because he's now busy telling the guests what happened during that Christmas. Sometimes he also tells the guests about me, I assume. Some of my clients claim that they came because they heard my name from the best bard in Rimph. As for Solar, on the day the snow stopped, she bought Elegant's clothing and rushed out of the tavern. I've never seen her since. Maybe she went to Cordoba, out of the range of Napoleon's law. My friends Kane, Iannis, and Peter were left in that snowy Christmas forever. I won't be able to taste Kane's carrot stew ever again, even though I never really liked it. Iannis won't clap me on the shoulder either. I sometimes think about what would have happened if he told me about his sexual orientation. I'd never be his lover, of course, but I would at least listen. I never got the chance to write Peter's letter, but even if I did, I wouldn't send it to Hela. If she had seen the letter, would she shed a tear for Peter? Though my detective agency became famous after that Christmas, I still wish it never happened. If only I could go back to White Star, back to that Christmas Eve. Maybe, just maybe, I could have saved them. Even if that meant I would have remained a nobody. However, time cannot be reversed. Time to get out of bed. Alright, now we're gonna load after the credits. So unlike other early endings, you're awarded a Sherlock achievement if you manage to perform flawlessly during the game. Well, I didn't, so I'm not getting that achievement. Definitely not. Oh no. There is an achievement for this game. It says, come on, dude. Reach 100 mistakes in total. This achievement is cumulative. You don't need to make 100 mistakes in a single run, but I might as well get it over with now. I gotta wait for the credits. I think. Yeah, I have to wait for the credits. There they are. It's a fish. It's something. Alright, now we're gonna load. Hello, Shin! We're almost done with this game now. We're gonna load and we're gonna get the other. Continue searching. I know Heron did something unforgivable, but it doesn't matter what his past sins were. Execution without a judgment is not allowed. That's why I want to keep investigating. But I'll respect whatever you decide, certainly. I'll go find Thrivey to do the autopsy. Thank you. After this, apparently, if you make mistakes, it doesn't really matter. Unlike the third chapter that I got stuck on so much. That's why it took me so long to beat this game, because I was stuck for 20 minutes, half an hour on chapter 3 because I kept guessing wrong and kept being the killer. Sergeant passed me the keys and hurried upstairs. And it turns out all the JoJo Bizarre Adventure references were actually JoJo Bizarre Adventure references, because one of the achievements that I saw that I had to have was Sonochi no Sadame, which is the first, the opening theme for the first season of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. The mug in Heron's hand is half full. Several empty mugs piled on the counter. Menu of White Star. Heron's body is leaning over the counter, staring into the distance with a vacant expression. I'd better not do anything before Thrivey has a chance to examine it. It's not that I can't do an examination myself, but it's better to have a professional physician do it instead. What's taking Thrivey so long to come downstairs? Sorry for making you wait so long. We just got ready. It's okay. I'll go take a look elsewhere. Thrivey rubbed his eyes with his sleeve and covered up his mouth to hide his yawn. Sorry for waking you up this early. It's okay. This is my job. What do you plan to do after the snowstorm? Return home early so I can confess. Is she planning on traveling to Cordoba overnight? Well, you're doing the right thing. I was afraid that you were planning to run away, but now it just seems that I'm being paranoid. Huh. It'd cause a lot of trouble for the rest of us if you did. Why? Why would I? At least leave us a signed letter of confession if you do. All right, I understand. What do you think happened last night? It may sound strange if I say it aloud, but I think that Heron was killed by Vincel's ghost. How is that possible? An old friend told me that if someone died with a strong resentment, they would linger in this world as a spirit until they get what they want. Let's make something clear. Usually we don't take ghosts into consideration if we still have living people as suspects. Anzox had his lute on his knees and was wiping it with a cloth. Suddenly, I noticed that some of the varnish was missing from the back of his lute. Anzox? What? What happened to the back of your lute? It's just a little dinged up. Did it hit something? I must have accidentally scratched it off on the banister. He turned the lute toward him to hide the damage. Suddenly, a tiny glass bottle dropped out of the lute's sound hole and onto his thigh. Anzox covered the bottle with his paw and tried to slip it back into the sound hole. What is that? What's what? Don't pretend. You know I saw it. Fine. Anzox lifted the lute by the neck and shook it until the bottle fell into his palm. It looked like it was half full of a dark liquid. It's just some belladonna juice I got a long time ago. I take a few drops when I need some inspiration. That's why he's drugging. So, what are you going to do with the white star after all this? What am I supposed to do? Keep running it, of course. After all this, don't you think customers might think? Who knows? It's not like I'm a god or something. All I can and should do is keep this tavern running. Sure, the atmosphere might never be the same, but it's better than just closing up shop for good. What did you do last night? When I went upstairs last night, there were still a few people in the hall. I checked every door to make sure they were all locked. Then I went up to the attic to sleep. Who was still in the hall when you went upstairs? Let me think. Aaron, of course. He was on night watch. And? Anzox was playing his lute by the fireplace then. I guess he was worried that he might become unfamiliar with his lute due to the coma. Solar, too. She didn't want to go back to her room yet, so she stayed in the hall to listen to Anzox's music. That's all. Thrivey's weird book, with a fuzzy image of a dragon and weird symbols which I can barely understand on its cover. It's almost dry after being soaked in cider last night. Thrivey's medicine chest, impressively cumbersome. I open the chest. There's a lot of drugs in it. Laxative, antidiarrheals, sleeping pills. Tarzan's key holder. He keeps the keys to empty rooms here, but only Tarzan has the cellar key, and it's not on the keychain. I checked the keys. They belong to Kane, Sean, Peener, Vincel, and Ioannis. Heron's Bible is in the drawer and a rosary on the bedside table. About the remains. Did you finish the autopsy? All is ready. You can go investigate. Well, what about your book? Is it still readable? Oh, it's fine. Almost dry now. What do you think happened? Well, if you'd like me to guess, the murderer poisoned Heron and struck him on the back of the head when he tried to call for help. Please wait for a second. I'm still examining him. I'll go check elsewhere. Oh, wait. I finished. Huh? That's faster than I thought. Well, it seems to be pretty simple this time. There's blood on the back of his head. I looked close and it wasn't caused by a sharp weapon. He bled a lot, though it wasn't fatal. Like Anzox. Karen's pupils are dilated. His face looks purple from suffocation. I prepared an autopsy report for you. Ask if you don't understand. Thanks. The mug in Heron's hand is half full. Better not touch that. Why? I think that cider is poisoned, though I'm not positive. That's just my assumption after examining the body. I should investigate the hall, but maybe there's something on the second floor, too. Although not everyone can give useful testimonies, asking everyone is still necessary. The flames in the fireplace have died down. A cup. Another cup. Wooden spiral stairs. Wooden spiral stairs. A cup. I've checked everywhere. I can't find Elegant anywhere. Is she in Vincel's room? The door swung open before I inserted the key into the keyhole. Weird. What's going on? Do you usually lock a door after investigating a room? Of course, why? The door to the room Vincel stayed in was open this morning. Perhaps somebody opened this door in order to convince us that his ghost took his revenge. Last night, wait, why am I bothering to ask? I went upstairs with you, then I went back to my room and slept. The window must have been open for a long time since there's so much snow on the sill. It seems to have been open the whole night. Sarsen said he made sure that all guest rooms were all locked. Could it have been open this morning, or perhaps you searched here but forgot to lock the door? This is the first time I've set foot in Vincel's room today. If anything, I thought you'd pick the lock to get inside. Vincel's giant chest. Samples of spices are laying all around. The windows in Vincel's room is open. Snow piled up on the windowsill. Was this also set up to confuse us? The drawer is still empty. Elegant should have checked this. Poison with belladonna. Collect 42 belladonna berries during a full moon, grind them in half an unpeeled lemon, then filter it to make a potion. A very small dosage would call euphoria, but any more would result in death by suffocation. Judging from his symptoms, I think he must have been poisoned. Such a coincidence. What? Anzox owns a bottle of belladonna, and the bottle's half full. I want to check the autopsy report again. Alright. Heron, male, hyena, around 30 years old. Body discovered half an hour ago. Dead for about 8 hours. The body was found bent over the counter with a cup in his hand. Rigor mortis has set in. A wound caused by blunt force trauma was located on the back of the skull, with obvious but not excessive bleeding. There is bruising on the face as well. The body's pupils were extremely dilated, and he shows signs of anoxia. These symptoms suggest that he was poisoned with belladonna. That's all I found. Then, go search elsewhere for yourself. I'm not the detective. Maybe I'll investigate the scene once more. It may give me hints about where to search. Menu of the White Star. Heron's pupils are dilated. His face looks purple from suffocation. The vase is on the fireplace. I don't know where else I could look down here. The oven isn't on yet. A candle. A candle. And another candle. Neither the worst nor the best. Ivy's medicine case seems to be closer to his bed than usual. Is there anything in his bed? To the attic! Ivy's bed. It was one of Sarsen's beds. Something heavy was here and left a remarkable impression. Now we can sniff. I took a deep breath through my nostrils, trying to sniff out the murderer. Although it doesn't work all the time, it saves me a lot of trouble. The scent of blood is too strong. I can't connect the scents with these people. Might as well pay more attention to the scents. Sniffy, sniffy. Then I have to wait. I close my eyes and breathe in and out slowly. Come on, pop up. There we go. Mugs smell like cider and Heron. Heron's mug smells like cider. Apart from Heron's, I don't smell anyone else's. Heron smells just like the surroundings. He wasn't moved by the others. The menu smells like blood and paper. Apart from Heron's and Sarsen's, no one else's scent can be detected. Something is off. No, the body wasn't moved. No scent of fighting either. Something is off. The mug in Heron's hand should be the poisoned one, but it smells just like the other mug. Though truth is not always welcome, it's time to find out what happened. Look at all these people that are dead. Oh, they forgot to mark him out. Oh, no, wait, that's the cat. I keep thinking that's the fucking cat. Yeah, see, there's Heron. After a thorough search, I asked everyone to come to the hall for trial. Anzoc sat in the chair with his tail wrapped around the chair leg like a python. Solar was whispering something to Elegant, her mouth hidden by a handkerchief. Thrivey stood by the counter staring at the rag in Sarzan's hand. Let's go through this. Was Heron's death murder or accidental? Trial start. I don't think anyone here murdered him. Do you believe this was an accident? No, I believe he was killed by a ghost. An old friend of mine told me that if someone died with strong resentment, they would linger in this world as a spirit until they get what they want. Since Vincel failed to kill Heron while he was still alive, his ghost returned to take vengeance. Let's make something clear. Usually we don't take ghosts into consideration if we still have living people as suspects. If you need us to choose someone to question, then I choose Anzoc. Why? According to the autopsy, Heron was poisoned with a large dose of belladonna. In high doses, belladonna poison causes pupil dilation and asphyxiation. But in small doses, it makes bards meet their muses in happy dreams when they are blessed with an inspiration. But... And you do have a half-full bottle of belladonna potion with you, right? I drank it myself! Can you prove it? But Heron is a priest. He wouldn't drink this much when he's on a mission, right? Are you sure? Almost everyone here knows that Heron would never refuse a chance to have a drink. Please don't speak ill of the dead. Sorry, but we really don't have room for niceties here. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe Vincel's ghost did kill Heron. I didn't expect you to say that, Doctor. Anyway, let's figure out who had the chance to kill Heron last night. We've got 2 suspects this time. Anzoc. One of them is Anzoc. He went upstairs after me, it's possible. And another one is Solar, because she also went out afterwards. One of them is Solar. So you seem the murderer is either Anzoc and Solar for now. Both of them went upstairs after Sarzan. I demand to state my testimony to prove my innocence. Actually, technically speaking, you're still a noble. There's no need to be so nervous. And that's right, but I won't admit to something I didn't do. An awful idea occurred to me. Maybe I could pressure Solar into admitting she killed Heron. She's going to run anyway. No, what am I thinking? Then state your testimony, please. I didn't want to go back to my room early last night, so I stayed in the hall to listen to Anzoc play his flute. At first it was as clear as sweet as a lullaby, but soon he started speeding the rhythm up and the tune went pretty strange. I was a bit disturbed by the tune, so I went upstairs to go to bed. When I went upstairs, Anzoc was still there with Heron. So I was not the last one who saw Heron alive. Something smells fishy. Maybe I'll press harder for further information. Why didn't you want to go back to your room earlier? I didn't want to be alone, let alone going back to a room that was filled with his scent. I couldn't smell any remaining traces of Lunac, but who am I to judge? You were disturbed by Anzoc's music? Yes, and I didn't know why. It was like he lost his mind. It was like an evil spirit was urging his fingers to play that melody. I think we could just leave out the whole evil spirit thing. Oops, I'm sorry. So Anzoc and Heron were the last 2 people downstairs? Yes. Then Anzoc was the last one who saw Heron alive. I think so. Please add what you said into your testimony. With pleasure. You can state your testimony again. I didn't want to be alone in my room last night, so I stayed in the hall to listen to Anzoc's lute practice. Anzoc's tune was full of rage. I was disturbed, so I went upstairs. When I got upstairs, Anzoc was still there with Heron, In other words, Anzox was the last person to see Heron while he was alive. Hold on. What? Your testimony obviously implicates Anzox. You basically just told us Anzox is guilty in a roundabout way. It makes me curious, if you are so certain that Anzox is guilty, why did you say this? Solar's testimony made Anzox look suspicious, but her thought earlier was... He was playing the devil music, had to be him, exactly. Solar said that it was Vincel's ghost that killed Heron last night, but now her testimony makes Anzox the most suspicious one. The reason might be... Or did you want to blame the ghost for your murder, then change the target to Anzox when you failed? None of that! I just want Anzox to prove my innocence. And Anzox confirms your statement, then you're innocent. But it also turns him into the only suspect. I guess it's my turn now. Yes, please state your testimony. Last night I played my lute for a while until I got tired and went back to my room. Heron was still alive then. I've used up that half bottle of belladonna juice, and it was definitely not suitable for poisoning. Also, there's a wound on the back of Heron's head, isn't there? I don't have a proper weapon that can leave such a wound. Regardless, I didn't poison Heron, and I had no reason to do so. Something smells fishy. Maybe I'll press harder for further information. What was Heron doing when you went back to your room? Was he drunk? He was praying while counting the beads of his rosary, and he wasn't drunk. Could you explain where the rest of the belladonna went? I've used that bottle of belladonna juice a dozen times. Each time I dropped 1 or 2 drops in my cider and drank it. It's really quite expensive, and I'm not so wasteful as to use half of the bottle to poison someone. But there's one piece of evidence that contradicts your statement. Ooh. The autopsy. No matter what you said, the way Heron died is certain. He was poisoned with belladonna. And in the entire tavern, you're the only one with belladonna potion. And someone would be poisoned if they consumed belladonna in excess. This seems a bit different from it being not suitable for poisoning. But what about the wound? Don't worry, we're getting to that. You've actually always carried something you could possibly hit someone with. A lute. As a matter of fact, the paint on the backside of your lute has come off. It makes sense if it come off when you hit someone with it. That was an accident, damn railing. I would never use my beautiful lute in such an awful way. Then what would you use? In short, the problem of the belladonna cannot be solved at the moment. We can only assume that it was added to Heron's cider by someone. If we do, Heron's death can be explained easily. It's because of the poisoning effect of the potion. This is a serious accusation. You added the belladonna juice to Heron's cider and invited him to drink with you. You were trying to poison him. However, just because the poison doesn't kill instantly, Heron must have tried calling out for help, right? That's when you hit him on the back of the head with your lute, accelerating his death with both poisoning and brain damage. But I definitely didn't kill him. Surely there must be some way to prove that there's no belladonna juice in that cider, right? I don't want to believe it, but we can't really prove that the cider... Wait, I can prove it! Oh no! Anzox impossibly dropped his lute and strode to the bar counter. He pushed Ivy, who had been squatted beside Heron's body, aside before grabbing the mug and downing its contents in a single gulp. Unless I shall prove my words to be true. Anzox, completely unshaken by what may have been an act of suicide. Hang on. Slammed his mug down like every time he finished his drink. Are you out of your goddamn mind? You may have just killed yourself, you giant red idiot. Then if I'm guilty, it saves you the trouble of hanging me. He wiped the cider remains on the corner of his mouth with his hand and smirked, waiting for that certain moment to come. But let it not be said that I died without fanfare. The corner of Sarzan's mouth twitched slightly. Anzox, meanwhile, leaned on the bar counter. Expectant silence swallowed the room as we waited. I don't appear to be dying. And here I had my hopes up for nothing. What? I meant your innocence has not yet been proven. What? I just drank a whole glass of that stupid poisoned cider. Did you drink of the rest of the cider as well? Aside from that, there's still one possible explanation. Remember how you survived from that ladder blow? The ladder on that second floor would have killed anyone else. It clearly says that dragons are harder to get fatally injured. It may be possible that you accurately formulated a dose of belladonna juice that would be fatal to Heron, but not to you. That's nonsense. If half my bottle of belladonna juice is in that cider, that would have been 10 times the regular dose I used for myself. I don't even feel dizzy. And I know very well that I'm not missing any more than half the bottle. Strange. The autopsy shows that Heron died from poisoning. How did Heron die from poison even though there's no belladonna juice in his cider? The autopsy went wrong. If Anzox proved there's no poison in the cider, and there's no other way to poison Heron with it, I should reconsider the facts. Doctor, don't take this as a critique of your professional skills, but can you be 100% sure that Heron died from poisoning? Well, because right now it seems like the real cause. What's the real cause for Heron's death? Knock in the head. Wasn't poison at all. It's more likely Heron died from the blunt injury to the back of his head. So it wasn't poison? Then the autopsy must have been mistaken. And you had the nerve to suspect me. Does our bond roommates mean nothing to you, Frivy? Wait, please, I didn't mean any of this. I want to testify. Fine by me. I may have made a mistake in the autopsy report. However, the how of Heron's death doesn't make a difference in this case. And the time of Heron's death hasn't changed either. In brief, I believe Heron was killed by Vinzel's ghost. Something smells fishy. Maybe I'll press harder for further information. Why would you believe that the cause of death doesn't affect the final result? Because no matter how, it's caused by a ghost. Time of death? 8 hours ago, an hour before Zarzan went upstairs. What should I ask? What makes you think so? I think that's the truth this whole time. Is it that you're trying to cover for someone? Then what's the real cause of Heron's death? The blunt injury to the back of his head. Then why did you get it wrong? Because I'd forgotten that it could also cause respiratory arrest. I'm sorry about the mistake. It's okay, you've been a great help so far. Please reorganize your testimony and add in what you just mentioned. Okay, please testify again. The true cause of Heron's death is the blunt injury to the back of his head that caused him to stop breathing. However, the how of Heron's death doesn't make a difference in this case. The time of death is 8 hours ago. I'm sure of it. In brief, I believe that Heron was killed by Vinzel's ghost. Thrivy, I know you don't believe one of us is the murderer and you want to cover up for him. But you'll have to try harder to trick me. What? What are you trying to say? I'm pretty sure falsifying an autopsy and lying during testimonies violates your professional ethics. I think you know who the murderer is. Why not just tell us? I lied in my testimony because I don't want to see anyone else die. It was just a slip of the tongue when I said that the cause of death doesn't matter. The time of death is 8 hours ago, that's for sure. I didn't expect anyone here to have belladonna juice of all the blasted luck. Hey! Sorry. Of course people would think it's mine because you already said so. I wouldn't believe it as first as well. Sorry. But I really didn't kill him. Wait, I believe something's wrong. Like what? What would Anzox do if he really was the murderer? Well, if he was the murderer, I don't know. Maybe you intended to kill us all? How could someone like you become a detective is beyond me. Oops. He would try to persuade people that Vinzel's ghost attacked Heron. Right. And there were 2 people that have done this. Heron and Thrivy. Or, one of them is Thrivy. He might have said it. Is there anyone else? And Solar. One of them is Solar. Both Solar and Thrivy have mentioned that. However, Anzox never talked about a ghost. If Anzox was the murderer and opened the window in Vincel's room trying to convince us that his ghost came back for revenge, but then he never said a thing about a ghost. Doesn't that seem strange? Now it seems Thrivey is more suspicious. First changing the results of the autopsy, then mentioning the ghost. And I have yet to figure out why you emphasize the time of death so many times. The time of death. The time of death is 8 hours ago, that's for sure. The time of death is 8 hours ago. I'm sure of it. 8 hours ago, an hour before Zarzan went upstairs. What if Heron actually died later than we know? Like, before sunrise. Like he might have been killed right before Zarzan came downstairs this morning. Not enough time for the blood to clot. Before Anzox went upstairs. Like there's any chance the Heron got killed after Anzox went upstairs? Nonsense! Anzox went upstairs very late at night. Definitely not after that. How did you... I could hear you climbing up into the attic. You're not exactly graceful. I thought I was quiet. When you went upstairs, did you see Thrivey in his bed? Of course. I need more details. I went back to the attic about 1 o'clock at night. Everyone was asleep, so I climbed the ladder quietly. After I climbed upstairs, I saw Thrivey and Zarzan lying in their beds. The candle in the attic had gone out, so I felt my way over to my bed and fell asleep. I was completely silent. How was Heron doing when you went upstairs? I told you he was praying and he wasn't drunk. Were they both on bed? Yes, but you said it was pretty dark. Both of their quips were plumped up and I can hear Zarzan snoring. Well... So you didn't make any sound. Except for when I climbed into the bed, I think it creaked a bit. Please reorganize your testimony and add what you just mentioned. Alright, please testify again. I went back to the attic at about 1 o'clock last night. Heron was counting beads on his rosary and he wasn't drunk. Everyone was asleep, so I climbed up the ladder quietly. It was pretty dark in the attic. I saw both Thrivey and Zarzan lying on their beds and their quips were plumped up. I was sneaky the whole time, trying not to disturb anyone, except for a creak when I climbed on the bed. Wait, that's it! Dun dun dun. What? I got it. When you saw Thrivey, what you saw wasn't Thrivey sleeping, but Thrivey's bed. Medicine case. What you saw wasn't Thrivey, but his medicine chest tucked under the quilt. There was a visible indentation on Thrivey's bed today. I guess we've got an explanation for that. In other words, when Anzox went upstairs, Thrivey wasn't in bed. Then where would he have been at that moment? In the cellar. In the cellar. We all saw him go upstairs. It is a long stream. In Vincel's room. Thrivey was in Vincel's... I usually go from like 3 to 10, so... 3 to 9, something like that. Thrivey was in Vincel's room when Anzox went upstairs late last night. He waited until Anzox went upstairs and then went downstairs to kill Heron. It isn't like that. Was Brain AFK the entire time? I checked every door lock before I went to sleep, even the rooms that were empty. I can make sure that Vincel's room was locked. I doubt that. What? Now it seems your testimony has flaws. When I went upstairs last night, there were still some people downstairs. When I pushed every door on the second floor, making sure they were locked properly. I went to sleep after that. What is the flaw in Zarzan's testimony? The problem is, did you really check that properly? What do you mean? When you said you checked all the locks, what you really did was push each door and turn the doorknob, right? Yes, big stretch. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. If the door doesn't move when you push it, doesn't open when you turn the knob, then is it a locked door? Isn't that obvious? Let me put it this way. You didn't use the key to check if they were locked, right? True, but it didn't seem necessary. I think the murderer could easily muddle through this level of security check. The locked the door from the inside. The murderer locked the door from the inside and waited until Zarzan went upstairs. 6.5 hours is quite the stream for true. Well, thank you, KP Prophet. You also have a good night. I only stream 2 days a week, so... I can't stream as many days anymore since I go to the gym 3 days a week. And then I go to Taekwondo like 2 days a week, unless I have like a midday stream. But then I would have to like kick Mr. Brogaff off the stream, off his computer, off work. Which I could do that, I suppose. But none of the keys were missing. What if the murderer put the key back after you fell asleep? I would have indeed have passed away about 3 hours ago. That's true. Well, either that or your voice would have given out. I am a dragon, and therefore I have a strong dragon voice that is capable of going across mountains. Ask the children I work with. The key holder was right beside my bed. I would have known if someone attempted to mess with the keys. How did murderer pass Zarzan's check? You have the doom. I do have the doom. Simple enough, the murderer helped the door from the inside. All the murderer had to do was hold the doorknob, and then nobody would know if the door was locked or not. That way, the murderer could hide in Vincel's room and wait until everyone was in their rooms, then go downstairs to kill Heron. Therefore, we know the time of Heron's death, the truth behind Vincel's supposedly locked door, and how the murderer killed Heron after Anzox went upstairs. Time to sort things out. Fast Q&A. The weapon. The weapon which killed Heron is... What was the weapon? His Kaivalon. It was Thrivy's book. My book may be thick. It's too expensive to hit people with. And besides, have you not noticed that there's no impact marks on my book? True, a book can't be that lethal, but add another thing onto it and you can use it as a weapon without leaving any marks on it. Hello, Phanos. What turned the book into a weapon? Love and trust. The trick is the cider you spilled on your book. The book was totally soaked by the cider, right? Both the pages and the cover. Usually a soaked book would be harmless, but the weather was the key ingredient. If you put the soaked book outside the window, it'd be hard as a rock in a matter of hours. It was an ice-covered frozen book. Even if the victim bled on it, it'd be easy to clean off. And there wouldn't be any trace of damage to the book's cover. You just need to unfreeze it inside your room after you use it. I hate this part, so we're gonna do this part next. No, I meant. No. It's good, yeah. We're gonna see how many we got. 2 of the chips are in their position. Okay. Let's see if it's these 2. 1 of the chips. Okay. So that's correct. Okay, 2 of the chips are in their position. Three of the chips Dang it. Okay, so that one's in the correct spot. So this one must not be in the correct spot. Hey! There we go. Though I don't want to say it, the murderer is... Oops. Skipped. Thrivey. It's because he's so short in his profile. Thrivey murdered Heron. You know my height, right? Besides, why would I kill him? Your height won't affect your plan, and next I will talk about the motive. About the motivation, I've got a guess. In my opinion, the problem is... I'm going to prove that no matter what I was before, I've changed. That I now walk the right path under the guidance of God. Thank you, I know it's not exactly easy. I was intending to be the watchman, but I'm afraid at this point I'd fall asleep. Thanks, I hope you all can trust me, for although I was tempted by the devil a long time ago, I have rid myself of my sin with God's guidance. Oops. What's Thrivey's motive for killing Heron? Free from sin. If I didn't get it wrong, you overturned the cup after Heron said he was free from his sin. Maybe? I can't remember clearly. I guess you didn't agree with what he said. Further on, he perhaps hurt you before. Heron was sent to a monastery by his parents in his teens, so you started a feud with him before that. What could a teenager do to make someone hold a grudge for a lifetime? Stop! Huh? You know nothing about me! Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to exculpate Heron, I'm just thinking, bullying, right? Stop! Shut up! Looks like I'm right. To summarize, case briefing. Heron volunteered to be the night watcher last night, claiming to have moved past his sinful history. Maybe you'd forgotten about him or forgiven him, but his announcement probably made you furious. So as either part of your scheme or just sheer indignant rage, you overturned a mug full of cider and soaked your book. Menzel had committed suicide yesterday because he had accidentally killed Peter. Killing Heron and blaming it on Vincel's ghost would have been quite convincing, but you needed to help it along. You took your book upstairs, climbed to the attic, stole the key to Vincel's room from the key holder, then opened the door, put the book outside. You put the book outside and waited until it was frozen. At that point, Zarzan hadn't gone upstairs, so you put the key back in its place, stuffed your medicine chest under the sheets, then blew the candles out so it looked like you were asleep. Zarzan, being exhausted, wouldn't think to check. After finishing your preparations, you went back into Vincel's room and waited until all of us were in our rooms. When Zarzan came to check the doors, you held the doorknob from the inside to mislead him into thinking that the door was locked. Once he was done, you came out from Vincel's room and left the window open. Then you went downstairs with the frozen book to confront Heron. It was midnight and Heron was probably dead drunk, lying on the table. But you decided to make him actually dead when you hit him on the back of the head with the hard, frozen book. Then you cleaned the bloodstain off the book and made sure Heron was dead. Then went upstairs, moved your medicine chest out of your bed, and went to sleep with nobody the wiser. Then when Zarzan came to ask you for the autopsy, you suddenly remembered that Anzox drank cider with belladonna juice, and Heron's death resembled belladonna poisoning. So you decided to pin the blame on Anzox. That should sum everything up nicely. I couldn't even make the slightest guess about what Heron did to make you hate him so much. While I can understand how much you want revenge, but still, first do no harm, right? I don't want to say that, but yeah. It's fine, I've accomplished what I wanted to do. Dying with satisfaction after delivering my revenge probably is the best ending I could have hoped for. I wanted to fight back ever since I was young, yet I didn't have the strength to do so at that time. And then he went to the monastery, and I thought I'd never meet him again, until 4 days ago when he stumbled into this tavern. It was like he'd just stepped out of my memories, fully formed. Sure, he'd successfully convinced everyone he was a reformed, a proper member of the clergy. Even I was almost convinced. But after last night, I knew he hadn't changed, and he never would. Well, I better get going. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. Wait, where are you going? Thrivey wrapped his coat tight and lifted his medicine chest. I know where people like me should go. I'll go there alone, no need to help. There's a blizzard outside, Zarzan moved to block the door, but he was a bit too slow. Thrivey opened the door and walked out into the blizzard without hesitating or looking back. He walked slowly, dragging his medicine chest, marching through the knee-high snow. Snow blew in from the tavern's door, melting against my muzzle as I squinted. Thrivey's figure in the blizzard grew smaller and smaller, more and more blurred, until at last, he disappeared into the endless white. His body was found by some street sweepers after the blizzard finally ended. He had collapsed from hypothermia, his frostbitten paws tightly clutching the belt of his medicine chest, his fluffy white fur coated with a thick layer of snow. People showed great respect to the young doctor who insisted on fulfilling his duty even during a deadly blizzard. I'd heard that Rimph Diocese is raising funds to build a bronze statue in his honor. Ha! Well, everything changed after the snow stopped. I went to the judiciary office with Tarzan. We spent a few days testifying, then I went back to my office. When I climbed up the stairs to my office, I froze at the door at what I saw. Not expecting any visitors, I see. How did you find my office? I am a professional, Roman. Besides, where else would I wait for you so you could fulfill your promise? At least wait till I earn some money. Oh, I fear your money troubles will be over for a while. After solving the White Star Tavern case, there will be tons of clients ready to commission you, Detective Roman. Meanwhile, I nobly sacrificed my financial future to save you from certain... All right, I get it. Don't worry, I'll make sure to pay you back. Then perhaps I should stay here a while I wait for that payment. Just to keep an eye on you, you know. Well, only if you don't mind the mess. However, the public was more interested in the 12 people in the White Star Tavern killing each other. Though if they knew the number of patrons was 13, the story would have been even more ominous. The White Star Tavern became unbelievably popular after the incident. Some came to visit the famous homicide scene or spend a night in one of the rooms. Though unwilling, Zarzan still rents the rooms to those lodgers in exchange for a tripled room fee. His only request that all lodgers must leave a white flower on the nightstand before leaving the room. Anzox was asked to stay at the White Star permanently to help Zarzan deal with the guests. No entering the kitchen, though. His unfinished story remains unfinished, mostly because he's now busy telling the guests what happened during that Christmas. Sometimes he also tells the guests about me, I assume. Some of my clients claim that they came because they heard my name from the best bard in Rimph. As for Solar, on the day the snow stopped, she bought Elegant's clothing and rushed out of the tavern. I have never seen her since. Maybe she went back to Cordoba, out of the range of Apollion's law. My friends Cain, Ionis, and Peter were left in that snowy Christmas forever. I won't be able to taste Cain's carrot stew ever again, even though I never really liked it. Ionis won't clap me on the shoulder, either. I sometimes think of what would have happened if he told me about his sexual orientation. I'd never be his lover, of course, but I could at least listen. I never got the chance to write Peter's letter. But even if I did, I wouldn't send it to Hela. If she had seen the letter, would she shed a tear for Peter? Although I have to admit that since the incident, my detective agency has become quite famous. With so many cases, I got too busy to sleep, even with Elegant's help. But I still wish that I could have prevented that incident from the start. If only I could go back to that tavern, back to that Christmas Eve. Maybe, just maybe, I could have saved them. Hold on. There is like a, bonus. There's a restart. Okay. Even if that means I will remain a nobody. Unfortunately, time can't be reversed. Time to get up. Do, 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 do. Okay, there's still like one more achievement that we can get without having to replay the thing. You can click restart from the main menu and play another round of cards. And then the sweet cheat. And then there's happily Happy Ever After, which is story-related content. Okay, cool. Oh, look at those extra scenes there. This was definitely a cool game. I do recommend it. It's only $11. There's lots of achievements. I didn't get everything. And I did have to look up the guide to get past Chapter 3 because I kept being the killer in Chapter 3. So, you know. That was a pain in the ass. Wait for the credits to roll again. Cyber A Fox and Ice Fox. Two foxes next to each other. And there we go. That's the end of the credits. Wow! Okay, so now from the menu, you can click Restart. And then there's like a card scene or something. See, and this is the true end. Ta-da! Oh, nope, never mind. Still gonna be a question mark because there's some stuff at the end, I guess. So you click Restart. Play another round of cards. I haven't slept so deeply in a long time. I haven't slept well ever since that Christmas. Partly because I get so many clients coming to me these days, and partly because I always remember those days when I was at the White Star Tavern. Day, question mark, question mark, question mark. When I opened my eyes, I didn't see the files I had piled on my desk. Instead, I saw the ceiling of my old room at the White Star. I clearly remembered that I'd finished 2 cases yesterday, then just opened the files on the St. Isaac's Cathedral case before I dozed off. Why did I wake up here, of all places? I should get up and see what's happened. I lifted the quilt and sat up from the bed. What should I do? Oh shit. Who should I chat with? I sat beside Anzox. What's wrong? Are you in trouble? Yes, a lot. By the way, what's today's date? The date? Are you okay? Did you hit your head or something? No, I just woke up and was a little confused. Don't keep me guessing. It's Christmas Eve. I really don't know how you could forget. Nothing special. Well, you're welcome to have a seat and have a drink with me. I lifted the wooden divider between the counter and the hall and squeezed the there. Suddenly felt worried. Would Tarzan think I was crazy if I told him what was going to happen? I pushed the burlap curtain aside and walked into the kitchen. Tarzan stopped washing the dishes and turned to look at me in curiosity. This action. What's wrong, Roman? By the way, did you make sure to have plenty of food stored up, right? Of course, I've got enough that we can eat for 5 or 6 days. For how many people? 5 maximum. Besides, I make most of my money on the ale and cider. But if the rooms are full, then I can just order some more supplies and have them delivered. But there's going to be a blizzard. Says who? Besides, I'm not going to chase off paying guests. I can't persuade him at all. I knocked on the door of the 3rd room on the right. Yes? It's me, Roman. What is it? What's today's date? I have no time for games right now. I'm serious. What is the date? The 24th. Are you there? No. Get to the point. I sat across from Peter. Peter looked up at me. Roman, do you think there's such a thing as true fairness? Excuse me, I'm just a bit confused about what's going on. What's going on is that carnivores oppress herbivores by their status! Oh my goodness. I sat across from Iannis. Careful with my shoulder. Iannis, half standing, slowly pulled his hand back and scratched his head embarrassingly. Hey, sorry, old habits and such. Just a friendly greeting is all. That's one way to put it, I guess. Look in the chat or something? I guess I could ask everybody to leave. Do you have any plans on Christmas? Enjoy Christmas at White Star, of course. You? Actually, I want to return to my agency. It seems it's going to snow today. Why be afraid of a little snow? Besides, all the food and drink will be here at the tavern. That's not the point. What, you think it'll be like one of those detective stories? A bunch of murders in a tavern during a blizzard or something like that? Ha! Of course not! It doesn't seem I can persuade him to leave before the murders. It seems like you didn't drink enough, so you ran out of talking material, eh? Let's talk with Peter again. Oh, well, never mind. Do you have any plans for Christmas? I will stay in the White Star. Anyway, Sarzan and I are still friends. Every other tavern would think I'm trying to be a mooch and run me off. I don't think I can persuade him to leave before the murders. Well, you're welcome to take a seat and have a drink with me. It looked like Kane didn't notice me as he scooped up a spoonful of stew and watched it dribble back down into the bowl. I can't blame Sarzan. What? Stopping his hands, Kane looked up at me. Nothing. I just feel Sarzan's cooking is skill. I don't think it's bad. Indeed, this vegetable stew is excellent. By the standards of a carnivore. Other carnivores won't taste anything weird. I don't want to sound like an herbivore supremacist or anything, but I still think it's better to leave cooking vegetable dishes to people like us. You can almost hear the radishes in the stew screaming from the mistreatment. By the way, no matter what happens today, don't get excited. Actually, it'd probably be best if you hurry home before the snow gets really heavy. You're joking, right? What would I do to kill the time after I get home? Looks like no one can be persuaded. I should find Elegant. I already found Elegant. She threw me out. I knocked at the door of the third room on the right. Yes? It's me, Roman. What is it? I just want to ask you something and then I'll leave you alone. What? Elegant opened the door and stood there looking at me expectantly. Her hand didn't leave the doorknob. Would you be interested if I told you everything that's going to happen in the tavern in the next few days? That information may not be useful to me since I intend to leave tomorrow. Tomorrow? Then maybe. Are you drunk? Completely sober. Can I come in? Elegant stepped away a bit, leaving enough room for me to squeeze through the door sideways. I darted through the door and she immediately closed the door behind me. Start talking. There will be a severe snowfall starting tonight and continuing until the 28th. It'll be suicide to go out in it. I thought you were going to say something interesting. If you just want to give me a weather forecast, you can just leave and start talking. You have a notebook in your drawer in which you have written out the names of everyone in the tavern and maybe also crossed out mine, Sarzan, and Anzox's names. When did you root around in my drawer? How dare you? What kind of game are you playing here? I didn't root around in your drawer. I just know, all right? You expect that to persuade me. Start talking. You were hired to investigate the collapse of the St. Isaac Cathedral. What? How did Sarzan start talking? Oh, well, I guess I already did that. Let me finish. After lunch, a white-furred dragon will come in. His name is Thrivey, and he's a doctor. Then Heron, a hyena friar, will come in. He has a problem with alcoholism. And then Vinso, a lynx spice merchant. By the way, he's the one who hired you. Next in line will be the wolf Marquis Lunac of Sunnyvale, his wife Solar the tigress, and Sean, their sheepish goat servant. Wait, even if what you said is true, why are you telling me? How long have we known each other? Not long, but enough to make me trust you. Very well, I suppose we will see soon enough. What do you want? I just need you to believe me, nothing more. Interesting. Because what I'm about to share with you could mean life or death for the people in this pub. Huh? I generally just like involving myself in those sorts of matters, but I suppose I can hear you out. There will be a murder tonight. Sean will kill Kane. Are you looking for advice on how to stop it, or... I think I already know how to stop the murder, but I may need your help. Interesting. I do not suppose there will be a reward. You won't be treated like a suspect. Acceptable, I suppose. Tell me the plan. I'll tell you when I figure it out. That does little to inspire confidence, but fine. Elegant opened the door and looked back to me expectantly. Okay, sorry to bother you. I left quickly and sensibly, and the door closed behind me. The smell of stewed vegetables came from downstairs. I used to deeply hope that I could go back to the Christmas, but now it seems that I certainly have, and forgot that I had to eat vegetarian food. I've got good news and bad news. The good news is that Kane decided to bust in my kitchen and, quote, show you idiots what actual vegetable stew is like. Luckily for you guys, he cooked the stew before I managed to hurl him out in the street. The bad news is today's lunch is vegetable stew. That's totally the same. I stirred the stew with my spoon, and the thick soup swirled slowly in the bowl. Hyannis was holding the bowl to his face and dumping the liquid into his open maw. That really can't be a healthy way to eat anything. Elegant didn't seem to have any particular reaction. She looked lost in thought. Kane ate his masterpiece contentedly without any hesitation, while glancing at me secretly from time to time. I lowered my head immediately and had a few bites. I sat by the hearth. Elegant was still sitting in the corner, holding a drink she had never drank and watching the doorway intently. The snow was falling outside, so Sarza needed to sweep the snowflakes which were blown in from the doorway. Still not willing to take a sip? I have to stay awake to see if your prophecy will come true. Almost everything is the same as I remember now. The wind, heavy with floating snow, tapped the wooden door enough that a band of sunlight could shine through the gap and across the wall. Suddenly, the door swung open. Ah, it's so cold. Can I get something to warm me up? Thrivey had arrived. Elegant looked at me, then shrugged. What's a child doing out in the snow like this? Well, hurry up, boy. Come in and have a rest. Don't call me boy. What child would be carrying this? He produced the medical license from his pocket and brandished it up at Zarzan like a dagger. Zarzan frowned as he read it. Oh, my apologies, Master Doctor. Please forgive my rudeness. The last thing I need is to freeze to death before I get back to my clinic. I'll just be waiting for the snow to calm down. Of course, please warm yourself by the fire. I'm carrying your things. Zarzan tried to lift up the suitcase, then let out a labored groan as he shifted it. What in God's name? The dragon took off his thick, heavy coat, climbed into the chair opposite me, and reclined with a sigh full of contentment. Greetings, I'm Thrivey, a physician by trade. He rose slightly and stretched out his right hand. I returned the handshake. My pleasure, I'm Roman. Now then, where in the blazes am I? I never passed by here. The only reason why I managed to spot this place was the lamp outside. This is the White Star Tavern. Thrivey continued to look at me with confusion. The Vela District. Vela District, my word, well, I hadn't expected to get quite so lost. He shrugged and greeted Elegant. Just then the door shook violently and gave the blizzard access to the inside of the room. The falling snowflakes flew up and down with the invading storm. At the same time, someone cursed loudly in the cellar. Mind your language, there is a child. Oh, fuck off, I'm not a child. I walked to the door, but I didn't plan to close it quickly because Heron was coming in any second. A hyena wrapped tightly in a thin hooded robe stumbled inside, then fell to the ground. This is a tavern. Please, I humbly ask for shelter and a warm hearth. May I stay? I'm not the boss. I can't call the shots. Perhaps the owner will show kindness and not hurl me into the street. He took off the robe on the back of the chair, then kicked back and leaned heavily. The partially suspended chair groaned under the pressure. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Going so soon, Doctor? Zarzan stood in the doorway to the cellar with mugs of ale in his hands as Thrivey was getting up from the chair. I'm not feeling well and want to find a place to rest. Do you have any available room? Now I know why Thrivey feels uncomfortable. Let me think. I haven't cleaned up the other rooms yet. Otherwise, I can offer the space I have in the attic. Thrivey walked up the stairs quickly, politely refusing the cup Zarzan offered. Thank you, but I'm a little queasy at the moment. My stomach is a bit too delicate for alcohol. Well, no need to waste such fine ale. Zarzan said in surprise as the hyena plucked the mug from his hand without any hesitation and intended to drink. Hold on. Are you a friar, aren't you? Don't bother with such rigid rules. It is far nobler to not waste the gifts granted by God. Well, how should I address you? Zarzan crossed out a whole line on the bill with his pencil, then added a few words. It seems like you don't go to church on weekends, or you know my name. I would go, but seeing as I'm the only one working at this tavern, I don't have much chance. Excuse me. With a slight frown, Zarzan turned back and quickly retreated into the kitchen. I suppose that he would stay there for a long time. I just remembered I still have something to do upstairs. See you later, Friar Heron. I didn't expect you to know me. See you later, dude. Diver was standing in the corridor and staring blankly up at the ceiling. Surely there is some way to... Here, leave it to me. I went ahead and untied the knot step by step. Thrivey watched as I untied the strings from the wooden handle quietly beside me. Okay, I got it. Next step is just... I maneuvered the ropes down step by step, and the ladder dropped slowly with a squeak from the pulleys. Finally, the ladder descended between us two. Ah, so that's the trick. Thank you. It seems like you are familiar with this place. I'm a regular customer, so I know a few things about this place. Thrivey caught a hold of the handrail of the ladder and tried his best to climb up the very steep steps. The spacing of the ladder's rungs was suitable for someone of Sarzan's size, so it was a little large for him. The nightstand was unopened. It seemed Elegant was the one who searched my room before. Vincent was coming, and it should be just right if I go downstairs now. I locked the door and went downstairs. Well, what else would you like to order? That's enough. Thank you for the warm hospitality, good sir. Vincent swept off his thick coat and casually dropped it into Heron's arms as he walked past. What are you doing? A child, I'm not a coat rack. Sarzan took the coat rack from Heron's hands and quickly hung it from the progressively more overburdened coat rack. Heron let an offended huff, then walked over to the fireplace and sat down. The fur on his back bristled and happened. Vincent walked toward me as he adjusted his collar, meeting me at the bottom of the stairs. Hello there, just call me Vincent. He reached into the pocket of his fancy, puffy, sleeted topcoat and produced a small scroll with a flourish. My pleasure. I'm Roman. I'm a detective. Splendid, Mr. Roman. Might I take your contact details later? I may have some need for a detective in the future. I'm really sorry, but I haven't done this kind of thing before. I can provide you with my address once your luggage is settled. I stepped aside to let Vincent go upstairs, and Sarzan followed him up with his luggage. People nowadays. Heron was muttering to himself as he turned to me. That's fine. What kind of road to redemption doesn't have a few thorns, eh? What? Heron's words stuck in his throat at the sight of Sarzan coming downstairs. I'll prepare dinner. Feel free to chat. I immediately got up and went to Vincent's room to leave my address. Vincent stood at the door of his room. I don't suppose it's a coincidence that your room is right next to mine, Mr. Vincent. I thought you'd be staying in the suite at the end of the corridor. The rooms are all the same, my good wolf. It's not as if I have much in the way of luggage. He stepped over to the doorway and I leaned on it, motioning me over with a constant mild smile. Here you are, just right here. I accepted the sharpened quill and jotted down the address of my office on the paper he gave me. He tucked the paper into the pocket where he put the scroll, then gave me a finger wave goodbye. It's snowing heavily out there. Kane tightened the lock and dusted off his hands. You're bloody lucky it's a holiday, so I don't need to be hurried going back. Why not stay here until the snow is lighter? Just think of it as being on a case with me. Bugger off. As if anyone would accompany you. I told you not to come in when I had my door locked at night. No need to be rude. You're one to talk. You forgot to buy my drink after that case I helped you with. I'll treat you then. I'm guessing you'd prefer an ale? Well, yeah, that does sound good. Who's gonna treat someone to some ale? Ionis emerged from the door at the end of the corridor. Are you up to your gills and coins? How come you can pay for the corner suite? Heh, if only you pay if you stay the night. That explains it. As Kane and Ionis went down the steps together, Elegant turned sideways and slid by them before walking towards me. And do you believe me now? I do. How can I help you? I need you to swipe Kane's room key from Sarzan's keychain. I don't know if Kane will lock the door, so I need to make sure. I'll play 2 rounds of cards downstairs tonight and then go upstairs. You can play the key off to me then. I assume you plan on stopping the incident personally? Yes, it's the only way I can do it. Well, we went downstairs one after the other. When we came downstairs, Sarzan seemed to have finished his quarrel with Heron. Bon appetit! Sarzan set 2 bowls of carrot stew in front of me and Elegant. Night fell. The snow was still falling and there were no pedestrians on the street anymore. Even the light in the windows of the houses in the distance was sporadic. Looks like we have to stay overnight. Do I got time to change into a smaller room so I can save some money for some ale? Maybe go without ale for the night. Do you know 2 places without ale? Jail and hell. That's why I come to the tavern. It's the furthest place from both. Ionis took the seat at the bar and moved to scratch the countertop. The change is okay. In this kind of weather, every guest counts. Tarzan slid a mug across the counter. Drink up, but scratch my bar and I'll take it out of your hide. Knock. Hello? A muffled voice came from behind the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hello? Is anyone in there? Continual knocks came from through the snow-buried door, attracting everyone's attention. The snow was piled up as high as my hips, but I knew who would be knocking at this time of night. Everyone kept silent. Ionis moved in front of the candle to hide it. But please, our carriage is stuck in the snow. Sean was here, right on time. How many of you are there? Tarzan opened the partition and squeezed himself out from behind the counter. He kept his left hand concealed in his coat. The 3. Please, we have money. We just want somewhere we can pass the night. I can only see 1. Tarzan grimaced and cracked the door open to peek out. My master and mistress are still in their carriage. Come on in, then. Tarzan pushed the door wider, allowing a thin figure to stagger inside with a gust of snow. Thank God! The wheels were stuck in the snow and our horses panicked and broke their legs. If we hadn't seen the light of the tavern, I don't know what we would have done. Thank me later. I'll go rescue the other 2. I'll give you a hand. Tarzan and Ionis took their coats and went out the door, though Ionis's coat seemed it didn't fit him well. Phew. Is there any way I can warm myself? Sean patted the snow off his coat and shuffled over to the fireplace. I'm surprised you made it this far with the way you're shivering. It's too cold for being near the capital. Ridiculous. But by the way, my name is Sean. I am Roman. Nice to meet you. I didn't reach out this time. The door swung open heavily as Tarzan guided 2 people wrapped in thick cloaks inside. He left them by the fireplace to pour ale for them. Here you are. Drink it to warm yourselves. Ionis carried the luggage in and returned his overly tight coat back to the coat rack, which I then remembered was actually my coat. I'll admit, I doubt my place will meet your usual standards. Any port in the storm, as they say. Merci beaucoup. Just take it easy. I'll try to accommodate you as best I can. May I know your names, please? Lunik, Marquis Lunik Karlok, and this is my life, Solar. A familiar amber-eyed and gray-furred wolf emerged from underneath his cloak. Snow clung to his messy but glossy fur as he dusted himself off and glanced at me. He turned back to take off his wife's cloak before handing both to his servant goat. Sean caught the 2 cloaks and stood aside like a living coat rack. Your room is ready. It's not exactly as sweet in the capital, but it's clean and tidy. Thank you. I simply must get out of these shoes. Sean, I think the glue in my heel came loose from the snow melt. Tarzan walked ahead with the suitcase in each hand and a candle by his tail. The Marquis and the Marquise followed him up. Kane watched them go upstairs from his seat around the corner, fiddling with his pendant. Almost. Tarzan came back downstairs. Is anyone here who doesn't have a room? Like me? Oh, forgive me, Father. Well, we have a nice big room left over for the Marquise's servant. Heron's pout was so intense it was almost audible. As I'm sure you know, the warriors of God must keep away from worldly pleasure which weaken them. That includes staying overnight at the inn's big suite. I suppose that is indeed the case. So I think it's all right. Vincent and Thrivey came downstairs one after the other. Thrivey walked straight to the counter, took a seat beside Kane and Ionis, and started reading his book like he was in his own little world. Kane had plucked the pendant off his neck and strode upstairs. The pendant was swung about, the string of it twined between his fingers and thumb. I do say, it's gotten much more lively, hasn't it? We don't usually have a packed house this late. Anyone care for a game? Tarzan took a length of blue flannel from under the counter and spread it on the table. If you have any objections to gambling, you can go upstairs and play by yourselves. Sean stood there at the table looking longingly at the flannel before clearing his throat. I must attend to my master and mistress. Good evening. Sean's gone upstairs. Are you just going to gawk or are you going to join us? Oh yes, I'm coming. I sat by the makeshift card table. Tarzan pulled out 4 cards and put them in a line. Let's have a simple game to warm up. What about guessing the sweets? No problem. I picked out 4 cards with the different sweets. Liangle, Blade, Chalice, Garen. Understand? Got it. Let's get started. I get it. Let's begin. All right. First sketch which is the Liangle, 1 to 4. I remember this. I picked the third card. It was not the Liangle. Seems you're wrong. Oh, was it not? Definitely the second one. What? I thought I remembered that one. After 2 rounds, my petty cash had run dry. Maybe if I'd remembered the order of the cards at the time, it would have been better. Get the cards wrong. Again. Let me refill my wallet, then it's time for a shutdown. Playing to lick your wounds, detective. Gloat all you like, Anzox. I'll be back to clean you out. Ooh. Are you done? Elegant's hands were hidden in her sleeves, and her expression was impatient. Did you get the key? Of course. Elegant's paw slid from its hiding spot and presented the key to me. I grabbed it quickly. Thanks. I always knew you were reliable. I would not act so familiar with me, detective. Actually, I'm already familiar with you. I moved next to the door to Kane's room, and moving as carefully and as quietly as I could, slid the key into the keyhole. I pressed my good ear close to the door. Elegant followed suit. Haven't seen you in a while. Yeah. The head of the key gradually slid into the keyhole. Turns out you didn't forget me, Sean. Sure. The body of the key went in. So you really forgot that promise you made, right? So, sorry, I haven't had a chance to recommend you. The key started clicking through the cylinder, and I slowed down, trying to keep them from rubbing. No chance at all? Being the Marquise's valet doesn't bring you even a single chance to even mention my name? Fully in. So sorry. I pressed my shoulder against the door, unlocked the door, and stormed into the room. Roman! Don't come near me! Kane was holding the mug in one hand, and the candlestick in the other, about to hurl them to the ground. Sean was curled up in the corner of the room, desperately trying to dig something out of his pocket. Before Kane could move, I grabbed his wrists and slowly pulled them down. Both of you, calm down if you're going to talk like civilized people. Sean! I tightened my grip on Kane's wrist and slowly maneuvered him to sit on the bed. I'm so sorry. I couldn't get a job for you, but I really tried to convince the Marquis. Honestly, I shouldn't have expected that you'd make me a Marquis chef. This was just bloody wishful thinking on my end. You could have at least written me or something. 20 years. I'm amazed I even recognize you at this point. Kane! Sean pulled his hand out from his pocket and held up a pendant. Even though the lanyard had been changed and the hole was heavily worn, the roughly polished pendant almost perfectly matched the one Kane was wearing. I don't deserve to be your friend. Take it back. Sean turned his head shamefully and extended the shaking hand, holding the pendant. Stubborn, stupid goat. We've been friends for almost 30 years. You can't get rid of me that easily. Sean let out a bleat of surprise as Kane stood up and pulled him into a rough hug. I stepped out of the room and winked at Elegant. If you want a hug too, then prepare to be disappointed. I should go to sleep. Unless I miss my guess, it's Vincel's turn tomorrow. Vincel wants to kill Heron. I don't particularly like the idea, but if I let Vincel do what he wants, then Anzoc will get hurt. I've got to stop Vincel and Thrivey. If I can find a way to make Heron confess his crimes and face the consequences, neither Vincel nor Thrivey would be driven to murder. If no murder cases ever happen, then there's no night watch, making it impossible for Lunac and Ionis to have their little lovelish quarrel. Though I can't stop Lunac from cheating on Solar in the future, I can at least save Ionis. There's only so much one detective can do. I locked the door, hid the key under the pillow, then blew out the candles and went to sleep. Day 3, 25th of December, 1285. The snow was still falling outside as I slowly got up from the bed. I think I overslept. The doors in the hallway are closed. I originally thought that if I went to sleep, I'd wake up in the agency again, but it doesn't seem so. I went downstairs. The guests had all gathered in the hall, drinking and laughing. Peter, Ionis, and Elegant were seating at the round table in the hall. Peter had a mug in his hands, was chugging down the contest as Ionis laughed. Elegant watched silently from his cedar cross stem, sometimes taking a sip of cider from her cup. Lunac and Solar were seated at the counter. Sean passed by me as he went upstairs to fetch something for them. Vincel sat beside the pair, fiddling with his tie. His coat was as straight as ever. He and the Marquis were talking about the current fashions of the court. Thrivey, Anzox, and Heron were sitting by the fireplace. Heron had just gone through a failed bout of evangelism and was clearly frustrated. In the kitchen, Zarzan was fiercely arguing with Kane about something. As best as I could tell, they were arguing about changes to the Christmas menu. They were so different from what happened before. I should find a place to sit down and have a chat. Where should I sit? Over at the round table. I sat by the table. Oh, nope. I didn't want to sit there. Over by the hearth. I dragged a chair over to the fireplace. As Onzik rose to get another drink, Karen touched Onzik's elbow with his empty mug. Would you mind filling mine as well, dear boy? Didn't take you for a drinker, father. Anzox balanced 2 mugs in one hand and his lute in the other as he headed towards the counter. I still think he'd make a great waiter. Anzox filled the mugs and returned. Here you go, father. God bless you, my child. The Red Dragon shrugged and sat down. Looks like the snow's not letting up. It's the will of God, I suppose. Unlike the flood that washes away all sins away, no matter how heavy the snow it is, it can only cover sin. That's still really confusing. So what? All the sins of Brimp are buried down under the heavy snow, but the snow eventually melts. No matter how deep sins are buried, they shall be revealed by the light of the sun. I sat down beside Thrivey. Can I help you? I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I think I'm gonna go ahead and save, and I think I might like try to finish this up another time because it is getting late. So I'm going to go ahead and end stream tonight. Thank you all for joining me tonight in this very long stream. I will see you guys next Saturday if I don't get the stream before then, which I might. I might do it on Thursday. Which is also my birthday, so we might have a birthday stream. Anyway, good night, everybody, and I'll see you later this week. Thank you for being here, Shin.